Hello. Is this thing on? How we doing, boys and girls? See if I can remember how this works then, shall we? How's everybody doing? No, it's not on. Aha, budumch. So we're already starting with trying to trick Mr. Streamer. Okay, I see, I get it. Ah, it's nice to be back. Hope you missed me all. I missed you guys. It's weird taking more than a day or two off. You kind of forget what's going on. Took a similar break, needed it. Yeah, I mean, I took what a week I chose to take off. Ironically, it seems to be that everybody else in the whole World of Warcraft community is also making changes. Oh boy. You just missed making gold in WoW. You know, that's a long-term thing. We can always make more gold. Miss a week here, miss a week there, doesn't matter. The one thing I was pleasantly surprised about, before we get too deep into the gold making, but pleasantly surprised that the material prices didn't completely tank in a week, which is nice. I expected to come back to find Corthite crystals at 1,000 gold a piece, but apparently not. Anyway, we have a regular schedule today. We have, what do we got? The Wowhead weekly economy wrap up that Samadan puts together for us. That will be coming up shortly. I need to, if nothing else, just log back into the game and refresh my memory of what the hell's going on. As I'm aware that some major things have happened during my time off. They started to happen before I took my week off, but there was a bit of a downward spiral last week, so we'll talk about that a little bit, although I do want to keep it very... I think in this scenario, using the word drama is maybe not a fair word, because it's not necessarily drama, it's quite serious. But with that in mind, I would like to keep it, you know, the outside world, let's keep it on the outside. We like to chill, relax, not worry too much about what's going on the outside world. And
you just lost $5.
Wara, hope you had a good one and are back refreshed.
Woo, how we doing? Thank you, my man. Thank you. Yes, I am feeling a little bit refreshed. That is true to say. A nice week away with the wife. Spent some time with the family. Did way too much drinking. Definitely didn't see anywhere near enough sun. But it was all good. I'm glad to be back. That's certainly the case. I'm glad to be back. Saw you in Booty Bay yesterday. I can keep your secret if you want. I did log on yesterday. I reposted my auctions. I wanted to just check that, you know, everything hadn't completely crashed and burnt. But yes, we were online for an hour or so yesterday to repost stuff. But we'll see what's going on today. But let's see if I remember what the hell we're doing. Let's switch this over. You don't want to look at my big face. There we go. Yes, so I was a stranger in World of Warcraft for only a few days while I was physically out of the house. But we're back now. We can get going. I see there's a couple of changes that I've sort of sniffed out regarding Corthite crystals. Apparently you can buy some for anima or something now, which is laughable. Actually laughable.
You just lost $5.
Boom! Haddock_MCXXVIII. Manthe who?
Thank you, my man. 5 months. 5 months. 5 month streak. Big whoops. Thank you, my man. Highly appreciate it. Thank you. 26k anima for 5 of them. Oh, Blizzard, you have no idea, do you? Blizzard has no idea. I mean, I'm sure they've got a lot on their plate right now. But how many times have we seen this? That they implement something onto a vendor only for it to be 100% useless. 100% useless. 25,000 anima for 5 crystals. Alright, Blizzard. Sure. Well done. Congratulations on being even further out of touch than everybody thought you were. Right. Let's get the auction house account up and running. Where's it gone? Here we go. See if we sold anything. Corthite track with a few days missing is now up. Ooh! In the Discord. Let's take a little look. Oh! Let's have a little look. So, Woo's little Corthite tracker. Let's see what's been going on. Steadily declining EU quantity. Actually declining quantity. That's madness. With a spike, I presume 21st was a Wednesday, right? Then declines a bit. Whoa, okay. That's an interesting one. The price is, whilst also declining, whilst the supply is declining, the price is also ever so slightly declining. Sale rate is holding strong. Quantity being sold is equally declining. This is probably then the period where all of the chancers who tried to buy it to flip it have kind of done their thing. Who goes into Corthia anymore? It's an odd one, right? I saw Preach's Why I'm Leaving WoW video, and one of the things he spoke about briefly in that was that the grind for things like sockets takes so long to achieve that by the time that you achieve it, it is 100% useless. Which is true, right? The power gain, the power spike gained by attaching 5 gems into your gear is completely nominal compared to the fact by the time you do that, you're probably, if you're a reasonable raider, you're probably already heroic geared with some mythic pieces in the first place. It's useful for the next tier. I've had this discussion before, and I feel in a bit of an awkward position touting my point of view on that, considering that I don't, compete so much myself. But I see this game as a play the patch game now. You don't play the expansion. You're not prepping for the next tier, because by the time the next tier happens, everything is replaced within minutes. But next tier, 2023. Well, we'll see. Ironically, it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah. Full pop raiding servers are maintaining in price, but non-raiding server prices are falling, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, that's where running by just, purely off averages can be a little bit misleading sometimes, because that running by an average, an EU average, also assumes that, all of the realms are valued equally, which is definitely not true. But it's very interesting to say. I expected the price to drop by 500 gold over the last week. I expected the people that wanted their rank 6 would get their rank 6 and they'd just be done. Just GG. Just done. Then I was expecting the quantity of Corthite crystals to steadily rise. I wonder if I can... Have I still got my little silly graph thing that I did? Let's bring this over here. Did I save that little silly graph I did on what I expected Corthite crystals to do? I might have thrown it up in the Discord. If I did save it, I don't know where I saved it. I should have probably saved that for reference. Did I put it on the desktop maybe? I don't know. But it was, I've got lots of random stuff on the desktop. I have no idea if I saved it. But it was interesting. It'll be interesting to see just how accurate my prediction was. At this point, I don't feel it was that accurate. I expected the price to crash pretty quickly, but who knows? But you are right. The big thing is who in their right mind is actively still farming Corthia. There's very few people I can imagine that are doing that, considering people are rolling around in heroic gear by this point. Most guilds who raid frequently have done normal mode. They're probably progressing on heroic. And then, yeah, the gear that they've already got far surpasses any reason for them to really be in Gorthia, other than farming mounts and stuff in downtime. Yeah, I don't know. Preach also in his little video on why he's leaving WoW went into a lot of detail about how there's just not enough content for people that want to play this game actively anymore. Still need to farm for tier 6 archivists for the sockets and conduits. This is the issue though. By the time you get those sockets, I mean, a couple of sockets on a couple of pieces of gear is it really worth the effort? Conduits I can see, because not only are they going to be useful now, in theory, and I say in theory, they should continue to be useful going forward. I understand it from the point of view of useful for the next tier in that sense, that the conduits in theory are going to just keep leveling up. But what we've seen with patch 9.1 and, you know, them claiming that they're not going to introduce new systems and then introducing new systems also doesn't give me much trust in the fact that they won't just remove conduits or they won't completely change it. So yeah, bit of an odd topic to start the stream back, admittedly, but we'll see. Did we sell anything? Oh, randomly selling legendaries. Go on then, I'll take it. It's not, people do it. Yeah, I think outside of it is true to say that the quantity of like actual content is very sparse. Now I don't know if it's just because I'm in a position to play this game a lot, but it doesn't feel much like an MMO to me anymore. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of stuff for me to do. The only way I can manufacture there to be lots of things to do is if I try and repeat the same process on multiple characters, which I think, and I worry, was Blizzard's design philosophy with the having the 4 brain not working covenants. That's the word. The 4 different covenants. I feel that was kind of Blizzard's design philosophy, that they just expect you to play the game 4 times. Which to a degree I'm happy doing, because I'm a bit of a collector at the same time and I like seeing things from the different viewpoints, but I can imagine average Joe is just looking at that and going, what, I got to do the same thing but 3 more times to, you know, actually see all of the half-baked content. Wow, I came back from holiday in a good mood, didn't I? Oh dear. Nobody wants to see me bitch and moan about the game. People want to see gold making, want to see legendaries being sold, want to see the millions flowing in. I guess. I'm a little bit out of practice. Legendary prices seem to have held pretty strong as well. I was half expecting everything to just got completely tanked. Looks like you got a tan though. I mean, I probably caught the sun a little bit. When the sun was out, I was in it. Let's put it that way. Most have increased, Stephen. I think for rank 5, I think it's really odd, right? For rank 5s and rank 6s, I think for many people, it's just way too much of a risk for way little a reward for them to even try. People almost know that crafting a rank 5 or a rank 6 right now is all good and well. Sure, you craft it. It's going to cost you 100k, give or take, to craft it. You craft it for 100k, you've then got to sell that bitch. And that's the problem, right? You got to then go out and sell it. Now, to go out and sell just one... This is why doing things at scale is almost a must. If you go out there and you try and sell one legendary, you've got to be cancel scanning all day long to sell one legendary, because there's not, just because you've crafted one legendary and you're listing one legendary doesn't magically make there be any more people out there that want to buy it. You just have to be in the right position at the right time to sell that item. Now, of course, if you're crafting and selling every single rank 5 and rank 6 legendary, the odds of you catching or being in the right place at the right time is much greater. Because what is it, like 35 of each? So there's 70 opportunities. I'm presenting myself with 70 opportunities to sell something, when some people out there are just focusing on 1 or 2 slots. Now, when every single one of these could cost somewhere in the region of 100,000 gold just to craft it, that's, what is it, like 7 million gold? Just to give yourself the opportunity to sell something. It's pretty crazy. And I understand why it's just way, way, way too risky. And the problem is I went by the assumption that there'd be an increase. The increase in supply of Korthite crystals would force the prices down, because the undercutting of the Korthite crystals will force the overall crafting cost of these rank 5s and 6s down. But on the flip side, nobody can be asked with doing Korthia anymore. Outside of doing 1 day a week to get their renown, people don't seem to care much about Korthia anymore. It doesn't open up into this grand scale. The thing is, the biggest problem I see with Korthia is, and this is the weirdest thing for me to say, is they didn't time gate it enough. Korthia, the Archivist's Codex reputation, should not have had, or should not have been responsible for conduits and sockets, because that only incentivizes everybody to zerg it. It should have had some good stuff at rank 5 and rank 6, but you shouldn't have been able to get to rank 4 in less than a week. It takes you like 5 days, maybe 6 days, if you really zerg Korthia, to unlock tier 4 for the Archivist Codex. But once you unlock tier 4, that's when the grind begins. Tier 4 to tier 5 takes ages. And I imagine tier 5 to tier 6 is just stupid as well. Should also have been more inaccessible areas that required higher reps or achievements, maybe with a special boss like in the Timeless Isle. Well, the Vault of the Secrets almost felt as if that's what it should have been. You know, across the gorge, that you maybe shouldn't have really been able to get there. Even with Goblin Gliders, they should have just, you know, invisible walled it off, let you see it, just you can't get there yet. You need to be able to, the only way to get there is with a portal, or the only way to get there is with, you know, flying on the whatever it was called. And then 2 or 3 weeks down the line, then there's a new zone, you know, drip feeding you the content. That's where time gating stuff does work, because it keeps what is worryingly now going to be the main content of the game for a long time. Yeah, to be done with it in like 4 days. The amount that you get after that is going to be... Ooh, people would have bitched if they did it. People bitch either way. It's a lesser of two evils. I'd rather have new stuff to do on a more frequent basis than have everything in one go and be done in a week. People bash on time gating, but there is definitely a good use and definitely a bad use of time gating. Time gating a reward for so long that it becomes arbitrary by the time you get it, not good. Drip feeding you new content on a weekly basis to keep a zone alive and active and fun, good use of time gating. certainly feels like it's going to be a long patch. Yeah. 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 I think it is. I think it is. I would not be surprised if it's June, July next year before we see anything more. I feel this is going to be another 8-9 month patch, which is worrying for the state of the game as a whole, especially because there's lots of new shiny shinies out there to grab people's attention. WoW and Blizzard, without question, is in a very sticky situation right now. Not just with all the legal stuff that's going on. The fact that there's good things out there coming. This, I hate to say it, this Amazon New World looks kind of alright. It doesn't look incredible. It doesn't look like a WoW killer. But if WoW's got the plague, then, you know, it doesn't take much to incentivize somebody to go somewhere else. Played it for 100 hours already in the beta? Well, there we go. The beta ends today though, doesn't it? WoW is becoming the WoW killer. Well, it was always thought that way, right? It was always thought that the only thing that would kill WoW would be WoW itself. And ironically, I mean, I don't mean to be a doomsayer, but it's getting close. It's getting close. Rank 6 Untitled Wasteguard. See, my realm is incredibly cheap. Now, I don't mind it because, I mean, it's still technically profitable. The issue is, as I say, technically, I'm not really in any... when I've used my Corthite crystals that I still have, I will continue to keep recrafting and recrafting until I run out of Corthite crystals. But I think when I run out of these Corthite crystals, I probably won't craft anymore. Which obviously is not going to do the Corthite crystal market any. Wow, apparently legendaries are selling well. Is nobody online? Am I literally the only one online? It's not done me any favors though when I come to I must be the only one online. This is crazy. I was planning relatively in the relatively short term. I was planning to set up an NA account. Now, with all that's going on, there is no way in God's earth that I'm ever going to quit playing World of Warcraft. I've been playing this game since the game came out, basically, and I've seen many WoW killers come along and go. This is definitely a crack in the armor for Blizzard, but I definitely don't think it'll kill them off. I'm actually fairly optimistic for the future of WoW. It's going to take a long time, perhaps 18 months, but the kind of shock they're going through at the moment will require a major overhaul, which might actually, well, yeah, if I mean that's very true, very true. A complete shake-up of the dev team and the management team could do wonders for the game. Could do wonders for the game. At this point, there's a lot of devs that have been working on this game for 10 years plus. Now, this is no shade on those devs in any way, shape or form, but their creative spark may not be there anymore, simply because they've done it for so long. Maybe getting some fresh faces in there might do good things. Who knows? Who knows? Going on holiday at the end of the week, not buying any more materials, trying to get rid of stock. It's, well, I mean, I'm in a bit of a weird situation in terms of the fact that I don't particularly want to be on Sylvanas' realm for much longer. I've been pretty publicly open about the fact that this is the last major content patch that this will be considered my home. I will be jumping ship, maybe not taking my characters with me, but Likelihood of me considering this home for too much longer is pretty slim, which means we'll probably just be on a cash out. 12 more months on Sylvanas then. Yeah, until the next patch. Yeah, well, it will probably just be cash out mode. I've got inventory of about 70, I think about 70 million gold worth of just stuff. Now obviously you never sell everything, but I mean if I can sell half of that, then I'm pretty happy. I'm unlikely to go investing too deep anymore. I will take what I've got, get it sold, and then probably start afresh somewhere else. Who knows? I'm liking my new realm already. Bye Ian, and the rest of the management would be nice. You got to be careful, right? You got to be careful because you can't do too much in one go. You genuinely can't do too much in one go, because if you do change too much in one go, you just it's like if anybody can withstand a couple of cuts, but if you would take 10-15 cuts at one go, you might just bleed out. And that's the concern, regardless of what a shit show it is. Most probably behind the scenes, it's still difficult to. You can't change everything in one go. Let's put it that way. Ian's actually one of the few devs that raids Mythic, though. I imagine he's one of the few devs that actually plays the game. This is a concern that I've had for a long time, that the devs don't really seem to be that engaged with the game themselves, and hence why the creative spark probably just isn't there. 70 million DB market or region market? I don't know. That was a ballpark number I picked off the top of my head. It's about that. I can't remember exactly what it is. It might be a bit less than that, actually, considering the value of the rank 5s and 6s have dropped pretty heavily. But either way, plenty enough to, cash out and never have to pay for game time. The ledger probably tells me that, right? So alright, 60 mil. 60 mil at DB market value. We do DB region market. 50 mil at region average. Even if I was to sell half of that, even if I was to sell through half of that, that's still 25 mil on top of what we already have, which is plenty. Which is plenty. The raid hates me. Been trying to get the Vantus recipe since LFR came out. Still nothing. Oh no. I think I've only done LFR like once or twice. There's probably new wings out for LFR now, right? I'd guess. How much? How far can you go with LFR nowadays? Check your bags, isn't it 100%? I definitely don't think it's 100%. Wing 2's out now. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that today. Maybe we have a poke about LFR in a little bit. But let's keep on top of these. This is ridiculous, right? I'm genuinely the only one posting legendaries on my auction, on my realm today. Is this what I've come back to? Have I come back to a dead realm? Dead game? Suppose we can open that. It's another 200k. Yoink. Nearly all of my stuff is going to expire soon as well. Alright, whatever. Let's check this dude, as this is probably going to end up being my new server. Miss Banks missing. She's MIA. Nope. No other goblins online. Certainly think there's going to be a lot more realms that will need to be merged. It's happening more and more frequently now, I think. She just drowned in all the gold since you were away. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if she just cashed out last week. I mean, if there was any week to do it, it would have been last week. There's a couple of other goblins on the realm still, but there's not many in rank 5s and 6s, put it that way. Oh, we got the second wing. So who do we get this week then? We had Taragru, the Eye of the Jailer, and the 9. Now we have Soul Render, the Remnant of Nerzul, yeah, and Painsmith. I guess maybe next week then, I guess we get Shackles of Fate, and then eventually Sylvanas herself. We might go Pew Pew though, you never know. I'm still, now I know we had a little rant earlier about who the hell spends time in Korthia, but purely the completionist in me, Painsmith LFR is interesting. I don't really know much about the bosses, to be honest, but I'll have to trust you on that one. The completionist in me still wants to make sure that I get my rep up with these guys. Death's Advance, we are nearly revered. We're less than 1,000 rep away actually from revered. That should come pretty quickly. Well, I mean reset day guaranteed. We're almost halfway through the Archivist Codex tier 4. I can't even remember what we unlock at tier 5, you know. Is there anything interesting at rank 5? We get to pull the swords out the ground, don't we? So what do we get at rank 5 then? There's a cloak. Oh, cosmetic back piece at tier 5. Well, that's highly interesting. Allows you to interact with the swords near ancient shrines, granting you the ability to reach inaccessible relic treasures. There was meant to be one that gives you just more... Something was meant to give you just straight up more stuff. Is this one? Permanently grant you the ability to find 25 extra anima when completing world quests, daily quests, looting treasures, or killing rare creatures in Shadowlands. See, what worries me about that one is it says grants you the ability to find. It doesn't say that you will find. But let's assume it's guaranteed. That's really going to do business for you. I mean, anima's already just like flowing pretty freely. A mount at tier 6. Permanently grants you the ability to find relics that grant bonus rep with the Shadowlands Zone factions when completing world and daily quests, looting treasures and defeating rare creatures in their realms. Oh my god, that's going to be so good. That alone is good reason enough for me to make sure I get to tier 6. Because from a collections point of view, that's crazy. Crazy. Because one of the most frustrating things to do is the Paragon boxes. Oh, I've actually got a Paragon box I should go collect. The Paragon boxes and the things that you get in the Paragon boxes are one of the most frustrating things. And if you can be getting bonus rep by just doing, you know, that's, it feels like this is going to be a long expansion. That's going to really pay off by the end. I've not gone too far out. I mean, look at the Avowed. I'm still only friendly. Oops. That's the one that's going to give you the 26k anima. Yeah, probably. There's so many perks that you get with these guys that are going to last you the entire expansion. Which is one thing that I like, right? If you are going to go to the degree of like completing a zone, you absolutely should get something out of it that's got a long-lasting reward to it. When do we get the... Oh, we don't get the 239 belt until we're tier 6. Conduits, gems, allows you to upgrade your items to rank 5 and allows you to upgrade your items to rank 6. But these have also got renown requirements to them as well. Yeah, before long I'm just going to be swimming in catalogued research because I've actually been spending most of my catalogued research on upgrading my gear because I don't raid. So, quick tip for you, just noticed the other day, if you learn a legendary power when you're logged on to a character of the same class on another account, it gives you the power on the other account too. Thought you might find it useful in the long run. That's quite clever. Do we reckon that's intended? I'm sure it probably is, but that's quite clever. I'd be happy with that. Oh, another rank 6. Shadowgas Pauldrons. Guess this is the blessing of being the only one online, right? Let's see if I'm still the only one online. Apparently so. I've got the auction house all to myself. Unintended in my opinion, as you don't auto learn it, but it saves you time if you have high levels on one or more. Yeah, that's true. That's true. What I should also do actually real quickly is check that our auction house is actually stocked. Shortfall to bags. Oh look, there was loads of stuff we were missing. My level 10 hunter on a random realm now has a Lego power he'll never use. It's smart. It's smart, I like that. Whoa, rank 6, unbehide legs, 150. Damn. Ouch. Well, if we sell them, it's all good. Have to be, they've been account wide for a long time. Hazel had it in one of her videos. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's good if you have multi-accounts for playing on multi-realms and whatever. We were going to check what's going on Turin Mill. Let's have a little look. Did we sell anything? Loads of expireds. Sold a few things. Can't work out quite yet what it was. This is the realm, though, where I'm more interested in actually selling things. Oh, a Shadowgast ring. Nice. I certainly wasn't doing any cancel scans yesterday, so any sales at all is an absolute bonus. Let's do just a cancel on all Legos for now. Oh, there isn't any up because they're all in my bags. Okay, that makes sense. Go. Now, most of these that are posting at normal is because I've recently started using the setting in operations that makes it so that any item that's listed under your minimum, TSM just ignores, pretends it doesn't exist. Which often means on, you know, things like Grimveil braces at rank 2, probably every single listing for this is under what my minimum price is. It means it just ends up posting stuff at normal. But That I think was me now seeing things being posted normal is more of an indication that, you know, they're actually never going to sell. Which realm did you want to move to? Well, it's safe to say I just want to be on the big realms. My playstyle favours being on the largest of large realms. The more customers there is on a realm, the more people out there are that are willing to buy something from me. So from a goal making perspective, in my eyes, it makes way more sense for me to be on the super high pop realms. So Torin Mill is one of them. Super high pop realm, massive raiding scene here. Almost no reason for me to not be semi-active here. Obviously there's a few realms like this in the EU that I would like to at least get a presence on, but I'm not really sure if I'll ever really have, like, I don't know, a home realm anymore. I think when you go multi-realm, you just kind of, I guess there's a realm that you focus on a little bit more so, but that might also switch and change about, I don't know. Right, there's the auction houses sorted. There wasn't much to that this morning, considering that I did a bit of a repost yesterday. My game is running terribly bad. What's going on? Why is my frame rate in the can? It's because all my auction house accounts are stealing all of those resources. Let's fix that real quick. Here we go. Right then. Let's see if I can remember what the hell we're doing. I'm going to do a quick sweep of Corthia, because there's no reason for me to not do a quick sweep of Corthia. I do want to get these reputations up a little bit. Then we might take a little poke around at the... In fact, I'll do my quick sweep of Corthia, and then we'll check out the WoW Economy subreddit. That's what we tend to do on a Monday. See if I can remember everything we're doing. Zygor's telling me to go up this way. Okay, let's go. Let's just follow Zygor. Zygor knows where it's at. Are we going to get double Corthite crystals? What are we saying? Nope. Piece of gear. Cryptograms and keys. Some anima. I'm not that far off as well regarding anima actually having my covenant complete now. Now, considering I didn't farm a single piece of anima for the first 5 months of the game, I'd be very surprised if I can quickly complete my covenant. Torin Mill's pretty low populated compared to Kazakh or Draenor. Oh, you son of a... Quantity of players doesn't necessarily dictate the economy on a realm, though. For example, Torin Mill, the reason why it's very, very profitable to be on is because there's a huge raiding scene. There is, like, ridiculous amounts of raiders on Torin Mill. That's like saying US has a low population compared to China and India. Yeah, it's still remarkably large. Oh, Croak is up. Maybe we'll go pew pew Croak real quick. I think somebody's pulled him. Did somebody pull him by accident though? Nope, somebody's going for him. Let's Draenor has 177, Kazakh has 177, Torin Mill's 153. I wouldn't call that... yeah, 153,000 characters on there. Sylvanas is 56. Yeah, so already Torren Mill is 3 times the player count to what my home realm is currently. Now, like I said, player count doesn't necessarily indicate what the economy is like there. Silvermoon is a great example of this. Silvermoon has a hell of a lot of players on it. It is alliance based, but in turn it also means that the raiding scene there is pretty caca-poo-poo. Which in turn will mean that if you're trying to sell, you know, raid related stuff, you're not going to have a great time. So player count alone is not totally a great indicator of, you know, everything, but I need to fix my frame rate problems. Hang on, this is not good. Let's get rid of that real quick. I have a feeling that these are still doing some weird stuff. Yeah, they're trying to maintain 60 FPS in the background. Why it's doing that, I have no idea. Let's stop that real quickly. There we go. If you want to sell raid stuff, just check how many guilds have killed at least 1 out of 10 mythic. Gives a better indicator. There's like 200 plus on all of those mentioned, so they're all going to be pretty good. Yeah, and anywhere where there's somewhat a popular raiding scene is in turn a good realm for a gold maker to be on. Because raiders naturally... Now, I know there's other aspects of the game before people, you know, start jumping down my throat. I know there's other aspects of the game. I know there's PvP and I know there's, you know, Mythic Plus. But primarily, the whilst those activities have a pull, the raiding scene is the big one. If there's a popular raiding scene, then the economy in general will often be pretty good. At least that's the experience I've always found anyway. Back in the day, it was the reason I moved to Sylvanas. I moved to Sylvanas because, if I remember rightly, it's because Method were here at one point. Now the difficulty is that obviously they left. They left, and I stayed. Now, where's this dude that I'm meant to be swatting? He's meant to spawn here, I think. Oh, did I manage to pull everything? Oh dear, oh dear. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that I'd take a week off, and not only would I come back refreshed, but I was hoping that I'd have like a, you know, a new lease of life for the game, which to a degree I do. I'm like my desire to, you know, play the game is actually higher than what it was before I went away for a week. But there's the obvious elephant in the room of the whole Blizzard situation right now. Now, I understand, I don't want to get too deep into this, because it's a very subjective thing. Now, I understand why people are choosing to almost boycott Blizzard games right now. But I don't think that really... Firstly, I don't feel as if it would actually solve anything. Because 90%, like, the... How's a politically correct way of putting this? The despicable actions of a few should not, you know, hinder the mass. Just because there was a few dickish people doing stupid things that they definitely shouldn't have been doing or saying, or whatever the case may be. There is just as many devs and team members that did everything in their power to try and make the best game they possibly could. And by choosing to not play their games for whatever reason, doesn't make much sense to me. Now, if you obviously have additional reasons to not be playing the game, such as you've played the game for 15 years and you're just bored of the game, then sure, you do you. But there's even something like going to play a new game like New World, for example. Like, what, you think Amazon is squeaky clean? I think it's a lot of people are choosing to stop playing World of Warcraft, and this is not the reason for them to stop playing it. It's the excuse that they now have to stop playing it, I think. We boycott Blizzard now, it will mostly affect the employees rather than the management. Yeah, the management have been paid. They're done. they're not bothered. They've got cash in the bank. Yeah, they're happy as pig in shit, regardless what happens. Have I killed Croak already? Oh, I just need to kill things around here anyway. The straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of people. Well, that was the phrase that Preach used. But also, Preach backed it up by saying that, well, he's felt this way about the game for a very, very long time. And this is, like I said, it's the straw that broke the camel's back. It wasn't the sole reason behind it. It's just presented a very good opportunity for him to, you know, bite the bullet, move on and do different things. Which not only is honourable, but is also highly suggested for anybody that wishes to... Ooh, Corthite Crystal. For anybody that wishes to devote their time and effort to content creation. If you only play one game, if you're only known for playing one game, you are at serious risk if that game goes a boo-boo. One of the main advantages of working for yourself is that you become your own boss. But if your livelihood is still at the beck and call of another company, are you really working for yourself still? Which is why the content creators out there that learn to diversify what they do are the ones that win long term. Listening to that server population talk, I start to feel that my 15 mil since 9.1 isn't that bad on the 26k realm. No, you've probably got the advantage of that on your realm. You probably somewhat dominate the markets that you're in, which is a huge advantage. You're on the right side of supply and demand. You're on the profitable side of supply and demand, which is good. And the best ones just sell out. There is an element of that, for sure. What are we meant to be doing around here? We're meant to be killing something, I think. Clear Scholar's Den. We just need to kill stuff, yeah. Let's pew a few more. Right, there we go. Is that done? What's next? What's next? Popo is kicking about. Let's save Popo real quick. Let's put a flag on his head so we don't lose him. So close to making my first mill in the game. Your first million is an incredible one. Not only because it's the hardest million to ever make in the game. One of the reasons why I'm sort of putting off starting on the NA realms, because I will have to go through that process again. There's no escaping that first, having to make that first million gold. And it's a lot harder than people make it appear. Now, in the gold making community, generally speaking, the ones that are loudest tend to be the ones that have most gold. But without question, gaining 1 million gold in the game, liquid gold, is really quite tough. But the nice thing is once you've done it, it snowballs very quickly from there. My recommendation to most people is to farm up and save 1 million gold before you get too deep into crafting professions, because once you start to craft and sell items, you need to go pretty heavy on it to really start to snowball the gold you can make. Because it's not really worth crafting just a few potions and flasks and trying to sell a few potions or flask. The time it takes to do something like that would be much better spent just going out and farming, picking up herbs, you know, doing some mining, especially now that we've got flying. That sort of stuff. As much as I hate to say it, it kills me to say it, but farming that first 1 million gold is often the most efficient way of doing it. And it only kills me to say it because I don't particularly enjoy farming. But what I do understand is the economics of, you know, optimizing your time. And the quicker you can do it, the sooner you'll have to never farm ever again. Lots of item level 200 gear in 87 gear. Now, where crafting can still be incredibly profitable early on is if you can capitalize on a new market. So they're good examples, right? Item level 200 gear is a really good example that, for the most part, while it was fresh, it was super profitable, it was flying off the shelves, it was peak season. So you can start with a very small investment and 10x your gold really quickly. But generally speaking, that only happens, you know, for a week or two at the beginning of a patch, and then after that you're back into just the regular rotation of how things work. You can tell there's a lot of people kicking about that are just stupid geared now, that are here just for killing rares, because these rares absolutely melt. I remember the first week or two of it took a while to get some of these rares down. Now, obliterated, actually obliterated. There's our mushroom. We have to get that mushroom from up top, don't we? Have to come at it from the top. Item level 200 is great for the ult as soon as they hit 60. Yeah, that's well, 168 gear was sat in the same position last patch. That it was now 168 gear was in a slightly different position, because not only was it good for fresh characters and for ults, it was also good for mains. So it was kind of, you know, double bubble. So the 200 gear has not been as fruitful as 168 gear was last patch, but it's, yeah, very true to say. Loads of gold to be made there, especially if you were first to market. First to market advantage is massive. Massive. And it's ironic that it's usually raiders that get that first to market advantage and then don't take advantage of it. Because it's often raiders that work out how the hell they're going to get the rep for these factions and get the rewards associated with them. But they're not the ones that are too inclined to, you know, actually spend a few days camping the auction house, selling their stuff when they get it. When will we have the 9.2 PTR? Who knows? Who knows? Put it this way, I'm not expecting anything this year. We might get a PTR, but I definitely don't feel that we're going to get any new content this year. I think this is 2021 done for content, I feel. How am I still in combat with something? Is it you? I have to do some real auction house PvP to sell it. Yeah, you've also got to be careful with crafted gear like that, that once the margins start to get a little bit tighter, cancel scanning it's a terrible idea. Simply for the fact that it just costs so much to list it, that if you only have to cancel it a few times and you've actually just sucked up all your profit. Same price, bro. Fixed prices, please. Wanna buy? What are you talking about? High Umberhide arm guards, 262, 249. What do you want? Hang on, hang on. Well, somebody's bought them anyway. Whatever. No, I'm not fixing prices. Sold another pair of Grimvale mittens and a pair of Umberhide arm guards. There's there or thereabout 15,000 gold profit in each one. I'm really not overly concerned with crafting anymore with those though. Welcome home, how was your holiday? It was good, thank you. It was nice and refreshing to take a week off. I think I accidentally took a very good week to take off with all of the Blizzard news as of recently. Not to say let the dust settle, but you know, to avoid the high temperatures that such events cause. I'm happy to be back at it though. It's kind of slightly forgot what we're doing, but it's all good. It's all good. I'm out of practice. I think my voice is going to be completely shot in a few days though, because it takes about a week for me to get used to speaking like 8 hours a day. It's not something your vocal cords are used to. They need training. Oh, what was that? A ripped Cosmiot. What is this thing? 100 catalogued research. Cool, I'll take it. Have some coffee next to you to keep your throat warm. Done. Yeah, we are for sure on the coffee. No stream is done without coffee. Right, we'll jump into the WoW Economy subreddit. Sorry, the WoW. Wow, I genuinely get that wrong every single week. The Wowhead weekly economy wrap up. Mainly because I'm quite sure there's a few things I'm out of touch with. There was a few changes that came into play last week that we definitely need to talk about. Been making loads of goals but ended up spending a load, back down to 2.4 mil. That's why it's there. You can always make more. You can always make more. But good to hear you've been making a bunch. That's definitely a bonus. This should be all the dailies done. There we go. Oh, revered. How did we hit revered? We needed like 1,000 rep. How did I get 1,000 rep off doing 5? Oh, it's bonus rep week. There we go. That'd be why then. Reset day is insane. I made 850k last reset, which is amazing. Yeah, reset day is crazy. Reset day is the best day of the week. If you plan ahead for it and prepare for it, you can do some crazy things on reset days. Absolutely crazy things. Although we're not doing too bad already this morning. 4 rank 6s and 2 rank 4s in the last hour. 500,000 gold. Alright then, fine, I'll take it if I have to. Means arguably I should probably recraft a few bits and pieces. Let's get these cancelled though first. If you really are the only goblin online, that goal must be rolling in pretty easy. There's a few people apparently that have woken up. But yeah, it's true to say, this early on a Monday morning, there's not many people on the auction house. But weirdly, there's people buying stuff, so. What are we missing though? What are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing 6 rank 6s, all of which we should probably craft because they're still technically profitable. Not to mention that we've still got Corthite crystals kicking about, so we should probably spend them before the price tanks too heavily. New streamer, who dis? How are you doing, Haley? Welcome, welcome. Probably not going to bother. I might craft some of these rank 3s again. Now I'm trying to sell through, not very successfully, mind, but I'm trying to sell through some of my rank 1, 2s and 3s for the simple reason that I just don't need to stock 3 of every one of them anymore. Rank 1s, 2s and 3s, dead. Absolutely dead. I can't see any reason to be crafting and selling rank 1, 2s or 3s right now. Rank 4 is basically the default go-to. And then somebody will upgrade it to a 5 or 6 later if they feel the need to. But the fact that you can do Torghast for a couple of weeks, get more than enough anima to just craft straight up to rank 4. 1s through till 3, pretty much dead in my opinion. Or at least when I'm at the position, based on my ability to craft and sell legendary. I mean, it's stupid obvious, right? You look at this. Rank 1s, 2s and 3s, 95% of them are less than crafting cost. There's a couple that, sure, you can still theoretically sell, but you can remove the ranks 1s through to 3s from the... Yeah, I was aware there was an update that came through to allow you to do that, so I can just turn off rank 1s, 2s and 3s if I wanted to. But for while I still have them, I will continue to keep track of them. Now I'm lucky that in patch 9.0 I was able to level up and sell through and repeatedly craft multiple of these. I feel sorry for the people that are power leveling through ranks 1, 2 and 3 right now and just have 15 of each one and just can't sell them. Out of crystals for a few days and now I only buy them when I need to restock. If the prices go up I just wait an hour or two and they're down again. Yeah, this is it, right? Sitting on a stockpile of crystals right now is probably not the best thing to do, really. Probably not too sensible. And this was my point, right? You look at the profit potential on rank 5s. And very quickly you can see that there's just no point like tailoring. There is actually no point me crafting any single rank 5 with tailoring. Just not worth. Not even remotely close to it. All the rank 6s really. Tailoring is just donezo. Even on a realm where there's not much competition, like, margins are so slim. Someone post 30 rank 2s for 50 gold each. Oh dear. Oh dear. Since we're talking legendaries anyway, is there any point in trying to get into the legendary market, or is it just better to wait if to go for it at all? I would have to start from rank 1 everywhere. If you're starting from rank 1 everywhere, I'd say probably not. Probably not. There's maybe only 1 or 2 item slots that are still considered profitable, and they're obviously the meta ones. I mean, you can see them pretty clearly here. Jewel crafting. Jewel crafting's a go-go. You can get into jewel crafting. Do a little bit of research on your numbers for jewel crafting, and there's still boatloads of cash to be made in jewel crafting. Mainly because, you know, there's that weird shroud of mystery with how prospecting works. Which means that for the most part, even with a bit of competition, it's still usually profitable. But just be careful that it's competitive. Being able to craft something is less than half of the battle. Just being able to craft something is technically the easy part. The difficult part comes selling these items. But yeah, the lower ranks, it's a bit tragic at the moment. It might pan out. It might rebalance itself. Who knows? It might rebalance itself. There may be lots of people that got into legendaries. They're struggling with it. They're going to dip out again. With all of the uproar that's happening recently, there might be a lot of people quitting the game. Those people may possibly be people that, you know, power leveled and were trying to sell a bunch of stuff and were trashing markets to try and sell stuff. They may just stop listing their auctions. We don't know. You never know. All I do know right now is if you're starting from fresh, if you've not crafted a single legendary this expansion, I probably wouldn't suggest it. Because only because I have every single legendary available to craft and sell, and even then it's difficult. I have to put in a lot of time and effort to sell them, put it that way, most of the time. Aha, here we go. My competition is awake, or some of it anyway. I got in a cheeky, what was it, like cheeky half a million worth of sales before everybody else got out of bed. Which makes it worthwhile. Now we've hit the throttle. What's going on over here? We doing much over here? Rank 2, Shadowgast Wasteguard, 8,000 gold. And when we sold it, that's about all we can say. Oh, item level 117, Shadow Scale Greaves. See, this is why I craft these. Occasionally sales like this surprise you. Occasionally, in fact, to be fair, it's the Greaves, which means that they actually cost heavy callous hide, so I did basically give those away, but... Right, let me quickly get these cancel scans out of the way, and then we'll jump into the WoW economy report for the week, as I'm intrigued to have a bit of a read through that. I had a little bit of a... I was dipping in and out of Samadan's stream last night. I wasn't able to actually sit down and, you know, watch, per se. But I was dipping in and out. I saw some bits and pieces. Let's get these back up on the auction house. Ooh, Miss Banks is online as well, apparently now. All the competition's awake. Bloody well should be. It's gone midday where I live. And they are listed. There we go. Did I grab everything that I needed? Yes. Get those online. What are they? Oh! Rank 6 Grimvale mittens. I didn't know I had a spare pair of those crafted. Well, there we go. Lovely stuff. Alright, so we'll just, I guess we just wait for the gold to flow in now. That's how it works, right? What did I do? Let's take a little look at the Wowhead economy report then. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Camping the black market auction house for 2 weeks. Still haven't seen my longboy. Where's my luck? I have a horrible feeling that it's now only in the containers. I might have to start buying those stupid containers if I want it. For those that are not aware, I tend to go through this and I record it as if it's a YouTube video. Now, I don't think so. They'd have announced it. Well, they did announce that it's in the black market containers. I've not had a notification from TSM to tell me that it's been seen on an auction house for a long time, because I get emails whenever one appears, and I've not had one for a while. But either way. But anyway, with the Wowhead economy wrap up, I go through it as if it's a YouTube video, and then I deal with questions from chat once we've gone through it. So I will be doing the same again this week. So if you have your questions, please feel free to throw them in the chat. I will continue to be reading, keeping an eye on chat if something, you know, pops in. But like I said, I'm recording it with the mindset of it being a YouTube video. We'll go through and do a bit of a Q&A once we're done. Let's get it so it's looking good. Am I blocking stuff? No, we're all good. We're all good. In fact, I don't really want to see TSM in the background there. Let's move that there. There we go. We're looking good. Right then, boys and girls. So the Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap Up. This is episode 188. We're slowly but surely working our way to the 200 mark. It's not long now. Firstly, we give a big shout out to Samadan, who puts this together for us each and every week. It gets posted up on the Wowhead blog. The link for this will be in the description down below. Please feel free to go check it out if you want to read it through in more detail. But let's see what we're working with today. So, table of contents, 25,000 anima for 5 Korthite crystals, Trade School Master roadmap and some help videos, 9.1 preparation, and the Bauble worm project, and then some further reading for those that want to dive a little bit deeper. Now, for some of you may be aware I took a week off last week, and when I take a week off, I wasn't even home. I didn't have internet access, nothing. I was blind to the outside world. So a few things are a bit of a surprise to me on my return. This is of course one of them. Items and rewards. The broker Kotal in the Great Vault Room will now exchange excess anima for caches of trade skill goods, which can include Korthite crystals. Developers note as players have traversed more anima-rich lands of Korthia, some players are finding that they no longer have new unlocks to spend it on. We do not intend to add significant new one-time anima sinks in Chains of Domination, and want to provide an outlet for players who are content with their choice of Covenant but have purchased everything that is offered. This is like what, 5 people in the world? Alright, sure. Only those that have gone really hardcore with anima in patch 9.0 I imagine would be here. I'm sure I'll get comments down below telling me that I'm wrong on this. It's usually the way. Now it is true, yes, there's a lot more anima kicking about in Korthia at the moment. You can do your sweep of dailies, you can do your weekly quests out there, and for the most part you'll end up with a lot more anima than you started with. But 25,000 anima for 5 Korthite crystals. Are you mad? That's not going to make any difference at all. I mean, that's ridiculous. The time it would still take you to gather up 25,000 anima is ludicrous. It's even with today's crazy easy anima flow, that's still probably a month of doing dailies on Korthia to get 25,000 anima. For 5 Korthite crystals that have an average price of about 2k a piece, yeah, probably not. I guess it just means that you're not going to cap out your anima. Sure, maybe, I don't know. Some people are saying it might only take 5 days to do it. You'd probably have to do a full clean sweep of not just Korthia but the entire map to get 5k anima a day. I'm not sure. Either way, 5 Korthite crystals for 25,000 anima is a lot of anima. It's interesting that they've put some other stuff though. 7,500 for 10 heavy callous hide, 20 lightless silk, 20 lithium ore, or 25,000 for 5 Korthite crystals. This feels very much like the they've just 10x'd the Valor ones. If you remember, there's the Valor vendor. 750 Valor gives you 10 heavy, 20 lightless, or 20 lithium. So I guess they're saying that one Valor is worth 10 anima. Is that what they're claiming? I don't know. I don't think this is going to make a blind bit of difference. Nor do I really feel that this is going to make a blind bit of difference. I guess this is just so people feel that they're doing something with the anima, instead of, you know, just capping it out. This is where the mission table army comes in. This is what, yeah, I feel that the mission table is probably a far better use of excess anima than what it would be to just spend it on. I mean, 5 Korthite, this is the thing, right? 5 Korthite crystals now, today, as of recording this, is worth about 10k gold. 5 Korthite crystals, 2k a piece, 10k gold. That's great, today. In a month's time, in 2 months' time, when Korthite crystals are 500 gold a piece, 2,500 gold for 25,000 anima, yeah, it's just not a thing. It's just not a thing. I wouldn't worry about it too much if you're concerned that there's going to be a huge spike in Korthite crystals. I would go by the assumption that Korthite crystals are going to do what Korthite crystals are going to do. There'll be a steady supply of them for sure. I would expect the average price of your Korthite crystals to slowly start to drop from here on out. People that wanted their rank 5s and 6s early, they're looking to grab them for that extra boost of stats, probably have already done so. There's a lot of people out there that are still happy with their rank 4 and will maybe pick up their rank 6 or 5 as and when it's at the right price for them. But I don't think that Quartzite crystals are going to see an explosive supply just because you can buy 5 of them for 25k anima. Bit crazy. Prior to 9.1, there used to be a conversion ratio of 2.5. You could get 250 gold for each anima, 100 anima that you spend, meaning that 2,500 gold for 1,000 anima, so 25,000 gold for 10,000 anima. So, yeah, okay, based on that, there's no way in hell you'd ever buy these Quartzite crystals, for sure. About 2 weeks ago, they changed the vendor price of the anima gear so that it's less than 100 gold. It varies between 60 to 84 gold. That would mean a conversion rate of 0.6 to 0.84. So this basically means that they're giving us more anima nowadays, but they've just trashed anything that you can do with it. They're basically making sure that the inflated amount of anima that people are gaining isn't going to inflate the amount of gold that people can generate from it. Anima is pretty strictly going to be for your mission table, any mounts or transmoggy sort of stuff from your covenants, and outside that they're trying to limit the ways to convert it to gold, which is probably smart long term. It's probably smart. It's probably better for people to turn it into materials than it is to turn it into raw gold straight away. Obviously, you can go out and sell the materials, or you can craft with the materials. It's more RPG this way, I think. I think that makes a lot more sense. People were buying, if I remember it right, people were buying anima gear to then just straight up vendor it. So that's probably what Blizzard are trying to avoid there. But who knows what Blizzard are trying to do. It's a nice option to be able to choose what to do with excess anima. So much for the drought then. Yeah, I did give people a bit of warning that the anima drought is going to be far less of a thing once we're elbow deep into patch 9.1. Anima's not really much of a concern. But I suspect it won't heavily impact the Quartzite crystal prices. I think I have to agree with this. I don't think it's going to have much of an effect at all. EU prices for Quartzite crystals then. This is taken from the Undermine Journal. We see a somewhat, literally over 4 weeks, a decline from 3,000 gold to 2,000 gold. There's no reason to say that decline won't continue. But so in 1 month's time, I would imagine that, it probably won't drop as dramatically, but I would imagine in the next couple of weeks, you'll expect to see about a 500 gold reduction in the value of Quartzite crystals, I would guess. So if you are a crafter out there, I probably wouldn't recommend stockpiling too heavily on your Quartzite crystals. Just, pick up a couple of stacks, maybe enough to do your recrafting, maybe enough to sell your legendaries for the week, but don't go too heavy. But the interesting thing is the available quantity is also dipping. The indication to me was that the supply of Quartzite crystals would just slowly but surely go up as less and less people are crafting with them and more people are getting them. But it seems to turn out that there's actually not that many people playing Quartzite right now. Once you've got out of Quartzite what you want to get out of it, there's not too much reason to go back there. And unfortunately, Quartzite crystals at 2k a piece aren't good reason enough to go there, as you're not even guaranteed to get one every day. So, time will tell. Time will tell. Compare that to the NA region. It's a very similar trend, actually. Very, very similar trend. The average market price is a little bit higher over on the NA regions, but that also, I feel, is probably because the amount of them. Yeah, there's nowhere near as many of them, actually. There's a lot smaller supply on the NA. All the more reason to indicate that there's just less people doing Quartzite, to be honest. Pretty interesting to see just how similar these two graphs are. We'll keep our eyes on this on the channel going forward, and I'll make sure I give you guys a heads up if there's anything dramatic that changes. But as it stands right now, expect a slight decline in the overall value of Quartzite crystals, as less and less people are interested in their legendaries. We may find a weird situation happen. It may bottom out for a little while, because there comes a point, right? I think when the legendaries, when rank 5s and rank 6s drop below 100,000 gold, I think you'll find a surprising amount of people will decide to, alright, it's cheap enough to buy it now. When it's, you know, 100,000 gold plus, I think it still scares people from investing that heavily. But we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. Next on the list, though, we have some Trade School Master roadmap and some help videos, courtesy of yours truly, by the way. Gumdrops posted a call for some feedback on the upcoming planned work on the task list and feature of TSM that helps you gather and craft all the necessary items to sell. So this is the roadmap that Trade School Master share. This is an indication to you of exactly what Trade School Master plan on implementing, plan on working on going forward. And it gives you guys the opportunity to sort of vote on things, to say, right, I'd like to see this one, more so than anything else. It shows you what they're planning on doing in the future as well, which is quite handy, so you can go check this out. The link to the roadmap is in the article. I personally have not taken too much of a deep dive into this. Maybe we should do at some point. Maybe we should dive into this in a lot of detail, actually. Try and work out exactly where we would like to see improvements being made. But it's good to see that the Trade School Master team are being a little bit more public with what they're working on, what they're planning to do with the add-on going forward. Because without doubt, it is the most powerful add-on in the hands of goal makers, especially in the hands of people that know how to use it properly. If you really know how to utilize Trade School Master to your advantage, it's a good day in the office when you get your TSM profile set up. I can say that much for sure. Even Samadan yesterday was hesitant to craft legendaries because the amount of gold he'd have to invest into the vestiges. Yes. Just jumping back a section very quickly to touch on that. The cost of creating these legendaries is still remarkably high because of the vestige price. It's a bare minimum of 80,000 gold just to craft it. Now, if you can't guarantee that you're going to sell it for more than 100,000 gold, that's a very, very sizable risk for a lot of people, which may be why not many people are crafting and selling them. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. If you are looking to get into Trade School Master for the first time, I put a few videos together last week. They went up on the channel. I spread them out a little bit last week. There's 4 main videos in a playlist, and it's designed to get people up and running with Trade School Master and to teach you the ways of how Trade School Master works. There's 4 videos. There's the basic setup for your groups. There's the price sources that you should be aware of and how they work. There's operations and how you can put together smart operations. And then finally, there's a little bit of a walkthrough of exactly how you actually go about using Trade School Master on a day-to-day basis. So 4 videos in a little playlist so far. Some people seem to have enjoyed them so far. Check them out if you're new with Trade School Master, and of course feel free to leave your feedback on them as well. Why do you think the crafting cost is going to decrease? Well, mainly because the supply of Korthite crystals arguably is always going to go upwards. Honestly, because more and more people are still doing Korthia, but at the same time, as them doing Korthia, they're going to acquire Korthite crystals, and they're going to want to try and sell those as quickly as possible because people are aware the price will go down. But it's still a bit ridiculous that it's 80,000 gold flat, absolute bare minimum to craft a rank 5 or 6 legendary right now. That's just for the vestige. That's not even covering all of the cost of the vestige either. It's more like 100,000 gold a legendary right now just to craft the damn thing, which is why the prices are still pretty high. But it'll go down slowly but surely as people pick up their legendaries and as people continue to gather more Korthite crystals. The price of the vestiges will drop, that's for sure. But next we have an interesting one. This is one I want to look into in a little bit of detail actually. The Bauble worm project. Some of you guys will be aware that with patch 9.1 there were some new pets that were released, one of which which was outrageously expensive. It's something like 10,000 polished pet charms, I believe it was. Yeah, ridiculous amounts. But somebody has gone a slightly more, as Samadan quotes it, a slightly more niche route to their goal-making path, but a successful one nonetheless. So, in my boredom for waiting for 9.1, one of the things I tried to do was obtain the items needed to purchase the new Bauble worm battle pets. There's the ruby, the topaz and the turquoise ones are the basic ones. There was also the amethyst Bauble worm, which was the expensive one, which interestingly doesn't seem to be featured in this, but we'll talk about that in a minute. The topaz, the ruby and the turquoise are purchased in exchange for 3 different grey items from a variety of sources. Purchased a lot of these components as they're at the default auction house listing price of 2 gold, but also farmed quite a bit of them on the EU and the US. It's very interesting to me to see that. See, I thought these grey items that needed to be purchased to buy these were just placeholder. I was almost certain that those grey items were going to be placeholder items, and that they were going to just work out what the materials would be for these pets. But apparently not. Apparently buying and selling grey items is now a thing. But anyway, so purchased a lot of these components. All of the pets were bought on Draenor EU and Thrall US and transferred to other servers via the Pet Journal. On the day of 9.1 release, I had each of these pets listed on over 125 servers. Holy smoke. That's a lot of servers. Now, I'm more than aware these numbers are fairly small in comparison to what a lot of people, including myself, have made from Crafter's Marks or Legendaries in terms of gold value. I did, however, find it useful as I did the work during the last 5 to 6 weeks of 9.0, where gold making opportunities were really low. I also had quite a bit of stock still upon the auction house, so these numbers will increase, but 1 month since the patch. Seems reasonable to take a look at how it's gone. Okay, so this is interesting, right? This is just crazy numbers. Ruby Bauble worm sales. Is this quantity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 8 million gold in sales. 8 million gold in sales on the ruby. 6 million gold in sales of the topaz. And 4 million gold in sales of the turquoise ones. So what are we saying? 18 million gold in sales just off these 3 pets. Now it's difficult to I mean, in fact there's no way to sugarcoat this. That is a shitload of gold for selling 3 pets. This is a really good example of finding a market that nobody else is talking about. Like if you're able to focus on something that nobody else is, you can dominate that market and dominate that they did. Now obviously there was a lot of time and effort that went into this, buying or trying to source these grey items to begin with. I'm hoping that they put together some info on just exactly how that's even a thing. Extra cheap component grey items that popped up even when I knew they were on servers. I would never be buying pets on. I initially used these to massively increase the regional value on the base items, such as the stoppable force. Leading up to the release of 9.1, I had over 50% of the items. So the stoppable force is a grey item level 29 two-handed mace. Managed to manipulate the price considerably. I was not sure if pushing the price of the components would even affect the value of the pets when 9.1 released, but it was fun to play with it either way. So you can see here, right, this one grey item went from having not many listed to lots listed. Maybe because you were buying them and then relisting them all. This is something that I completely missed. Once 9.1 was released, I had a lot of pets and started throwing the spare components I had for literally nothing at 20k a piece. Managed to get a few sales. I could potentially have sold these for more, but just wanted to liquidate stock as I knew there'd eventually be an influx. However, I did top up my profits from this little project, as you can see from examples of a couple of the components listed below. Robble's wobbly staff, 500,000 gold in sales off a grey item. The stoppable force, 500,000 gold in sales on a grey item. This is crazy. Had a lot of fun with this. Even the farming part did not mind so much, as I've never farmed anything since I got the Brutosaur 14 months ago. Hashtag not salty. That being said, I won't be returning to farming anytime soon. Hope you enjoyed the read. This is incredible. Now, obviously, the time and effort to do this across 125 servers is ludicrous. What's not representative here is, yes, cool, 18 million gold in sales. That's ridiculous. It is very true to say, though, that this one person probably dominated this entire market region-wide, because I don't think anybody else really thought to do this. Which is, that alone is very impressive. I'm very surprised by this. Not only am I surprised to see it, it's also really good to see people, you know, using their creative brain, spotting an opportunity and just doubling down on it. And that's the way to do it. Spot an opportunity and just go hard. The staff is from a Firelands raid and a little bit hard to get to drop compared to the others. It's interesting that people have actually worked out that they are somewhat targetable, though. That's the interest, and maybe you just, you know, maybe you just look them up on Wowhead. I don't know, but that's very impressive to me to see just how people have worked out how to focus farm grey items that go into pets. Incredible. But anyway, we'll leave it there for this week's episode of the weekly economy wrap up. This was episode 188. Once again, give a little bit of a shout out to Samadan for putting this together for us each and every week on the Wowhead blog. You can catch Samadan over on his Discord server or on Twitch, or you can even go say hi to him over on Twitter. But there we go. I'll leave it there for today's video, boys and girls. If you enjoyed the video, remember to hit the like button, subscribe if you're new around here. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. And that, boys and girls, was the YouTube video. Let me take a little look into this then. How do we go about farming these? Maybe we need to look at this in a little bit more detail. So the ruby bauble worm, ground gear, Robbie's wobbly staff, and a very unlucky rock. Rotting bear carcass, dark iron baby booties, and the stoppable force. A rabbit's foot, a large slimy bone, and a frayed knot. Wow. The questionable thing is, just because they're grey items, how many people have add-ons that just delete them? Just gone. Nobody in their right mind has ever looked at a grey item and thought, huh, maybe that's profitable. Or more importantly, has questioned why it's profitable. Recommend using an add-on like D-Junk to blacklist the greys from being sold. Here's a quick string of the items, make sure they're globally blacklisted for D-Junk. LVI stopped selling them already, it's been built in. Oh, that's quite clever. Some of these have multiple sources. I tried to find the path of least resistance for level 60s. Instances over open world where mobs loot tables changes slightly the higher level you are. However, some are still easier obtained by lower level alts. And where I used a level 10, I used one that was XP locked and on Chromie time. So large. Where do we get these from then? Let's take a little bit of a look. Oh my god, I'm so tempted to do a video on this. Large slimy bone, nightmare ectoplasms in the Wailing Caverns, the last boss. These ones you probably come across while leveling lower alts that loots any kind of slime, but for level 60 running through Wailing Caverns wasn't too bad. You get rotting bear carcasses, killing bears in the old Hillsborough dungeon. Blackrock depths from the relic coffer chests. You get the dark iron baby boot. It's incredible to me to see that you can focus these grey items. Arcane protectors. After the curator in the Karazhan raid. Trash from the Firelands raid. This is crazy. You can farm the rabbit's foot and ground gear. What's this ground gear? Ground gear wasn't one that it said it needed. Oh, it was. Sorry, the ruby bauble worm. You can get them from the slimes outside the instance as well. I've gotten a number of them outside the instance and they respawn fast. Now, I'm not so much about the farming, but I absolutely want to put together like a TSM group for these items. So you can just once a day, you know, search, pick up any that are cheap. What are the grey items good for? I don't get it. There's a vendor in Oribos that will sell you 3 new bauble worm pets. Now to buy them you need these grey items. The grey items are the currency to buy the pets. Now of course the pets themselves then have innate value to people. It's a real weird situation that you buy pets with grey items. I was 100% certain that these grey items were just placeholder. But obviously they weren't. And some people have put a lot of effort into it, apparently, by the looks of things already, trying to work out just how you can go and acquire these grey items. But it's yeah, I think my patrons at the very least are going to get themselves a little TSM group for these bad boys, because this alone is what are the pets listed for? Can we do a let me just ever so quickly. Oh, we're selling more stuff. Selling rank 6s still. I'll take it. Bone Shatter Greaves, 117k. Sure. Let's do a search for what they call Bauble worm. What are they? Bauble worm. Is that what they're called? Yeah. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Okay. So these pets are mad expensive. Okay. Now, the one thing I've seen reported though already is that these pets are only really there for collectors, which means that this is a market that if you're gonna take advantage of it, you need to do it relatively quickly, because these pets are, or at least from my understanding already, these are not pets that people are going to buy for the purpose of pet battles. They are literally a collector thing. Now, if they're purely for collectors, collectors have all the time in the world. All the time in the world. But it's, plenty of people in the pet game give up after they don't sell within a couple of weeks. Yes, very true. Very true as well. Even on my, like, little realm, there's already a bunch of them available. But I would imagine there's almost going... I would say there's probably more of a market, not for the actual pets, and more for the components that go into the pets. You can't just list them and expect them to sell like potions. Oh no, it's absolutely going to fall into... Yeah, considering it transmog is very smart. It's going to be one of those real slow burners, which is why I think it's probably sensible to set up a shopping scan for the grey items, pick up the grey items, flip the grey items, have one of each of the pet, and then, yeah, you'd probably actually have more luck selling the components that go into it than the pets themselves. It's interesting as well to see that there's some that the going rate for the flawless amethyst bauble worm, this is the one that is 10,000 polished pet charms, by the way. 10,000 polished pet charms, which people were saying, oh, it's going to be 1 million plus. And I tried to emphasize to people that this is a collector's item, and collectors have all the time in the world to choose when they buy their items. Sold mine for 1 million at the start. To those collectors that, you know, they want it ASAP and have all the gold in the world, sure. But long term, I see these as just a these flawless amethyst bauble worms. People that want to transfer a whole bunch of gold from one realm to another will probably buy and sell these on different realms. It'll be another. It's kind of like how the trading card game pets are now. You can buy it for a big stack of gold on one realm. You can sell it on another realm, and it's a simple way to transfer a lot of gold. But I don't think these will last at much more than 500,000 gold apiece. Initially, I made a YouTube video on these actually, where I described them as the 250,000 gold pet. And the reason I quoted it to be 250,000 gold is that the rainbow effect that this thing gives can also be obtained by a toy from the, the Mad Merchant in Dalaran. That toy costs 250,000 gold, so it's basically an alternative way for somebody to get that rainbow effect. They can either buy the pet, they get a pet out of it, they get the rainbow effect, or they can spend 250,000 gold on the pet. I'm at 4k pet charms. I'm quite sure that my pet charms will probably get dumped into. I don't know. I don't know. I think there's. I don't think dumping 10,000 pet charms into one of these is particularly sensible. Those 10,000 pet charms, you could... It's the spaghetti effect, right? Instead of buying one pet, instead of spending 10,000 gold on... 10,000 charms on one pet, and then trying to sell that one pet, 10,000 polished pet charms could probably buy you 100 smaller pets, and then you list all 100 pets. Now, you won't sell all 100 of them, but the ones that you sell, you go back and you buy another one and you repeat the process. It's another thing that I've wanted to focus on for a little while. I know pets is a huge market to tap into, and when you do it properly and when you do it at scale, it's crazy. There's some people that have made tens of millions of gold off just buying and selling pets. But it's also something that you kind of got to know what you're doing. You kind of got to understand what's going on with them. Which pets do people want? Why do people want those pets? That sort of thing. I know you can get others for 250 that are like 20k or more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the lower value pets often have a better charm to gold ratio than what you'd get by just dumping 10,000 of them into one of these. In BFA, I was selling the 300 charm pets for like 30 to 40k gold. Yeah, there we go. There's a great example. And if you've got a bunch of alts and you're doing your mission tables, those pet charms are going to, slowly tick in. It's another way to, make some quote-unquote passive income for sure. There are also lots of pets that sell in trade but almost never sell on the auction house. Anything that is somewhat collector-y, like I said, people have all the time in the world to just, if they're collecting stuff, they just wait until they see it at the price that they're happy to pay for it. But it's an interesting market that we should probably explore a little bit further. I'm very tempted to, based on this, I'm very tempted to turn this into a video. I think this could be a very interesting video. I should also then, I guess, use this as an opportunity to let people know that my stream schedule is actually changing. Over the last couple of months, I've not been very happy with how much time I've focused on YouTube. Now, it's more of a long-term decision for me. I'm actually going to cut the streaming schedule down to 3 days a week, at least in the downtime between patches. Trying to maintain 5 days a week. Streaming 5 days a week came at the expense of creating good YouTube content. And I think that creating good YouTube content should come first. Now, that's not to say, like I said, I'm not stopping streaming. I'm just trimming it down to 3 days, because if I stream 5 every day, by the time I've finished streaming and by the time I've uploaded the VOD and done a few other bits or pieces for the stream, there's not many more hours left in the day for me to work on YouTube content. So I was working 12 hours a day to make YouTube videos as well as stream, and that's not really sensible long term. So we'd be happy to watch you making the videos for YouTube. I sure would. One thing I said when I moved to Twitch was that I wanted the Twitch to be a lot more relaxed. A lot more relaxed in terms of that I didn't want to just play World of Warcraft. I didn't want it to just be, the gold making show per se. I wanted it to be a lot more chill. But like I said, I didn't want that to come at the expense of the YouTube content. And I categorically know for a fact that the quality of my YouTube content is not there right now. So it's the way I'm going to do it. I'm going to take it down to Monday, Wednesdays and Fridays for the stream. So it's still 3 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. Mondays because we always do the Wowhead report on a Monday, and it's good to have a catch up after the weekend. Wednesday because it's reset day, and who doesn't love watching a bit of goal making, auction house PvP on a Wednesday. And Friday because it's often we can do a bit of an overview of what's happened during the week. Now, that's not to say that streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays won't ever happen. But the likelihood is if I stream on a Tuesday or a Thursday, it will be in the evening. Which also leads me to the fact that works better for the guys over on the NA as well. I did a little bit of a poll on my YouTube channel, just sort of quizzing people about, if you engage with the YouTube content, how frequently do you get to watch a live stream? And the overwhelming majority said that they never get the opportunity to watch a live stream, which is probably because of the hours that I stream at. So, by default, Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays will be the regular stream schedule. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if I do stream, there'll be bonus streams, and the chances are that they'll be in the evening to give the people over on the NA an opportunity to join in with the live content as well. It's splitting myself up a little bit. I sacrificed my sleep for this content. I appreciate it. I appreciate it for sure. But yeah, like I said, Twitch, I always wanted Twitch to be a little bit more casual, a little bit more laid back, a little bit more relaxed. And I feel my priorities should be more focused towards the YouTube long term. So you could be knitting and talking, I'd still log in. Well, I've also been told many times that people basically use my stream as just, a bit of a podcast in the background. Because I do have the tendency to just talk a lot. What's happening on screen is always not necessarily the most engaging, but we're usually talking about something that intrigues people, if nothing else. Perhaps not knitting. Yeah, I don't think I'd do very good with a knitting stream, but we'll see. It's like Radio 4, but better. Oh my god, Radio 4. Oh, how I don't miss you. Oh, how I don't miss you. Right, have we sold some stuff? Am I a millionaire yet? We sold one rank 6 Bone Shatter Greaves 40 minutes ago. I guess it's time for a cancel scan then, right? Maybe we've been undercut. But yes, I will adjust the stream schedule thing down below. But yeah, for those regular viewers, I apologize that I am cutting down the streaming hours a little bit, but I hope for them to be more fun and engaging when we do. $81 undercuts. Maybe this is why we've not sold anything. This is probably why we've not sold anything. Hang on, what's going on with my chair? Why are we so low? That's better. That's better. I'm actually in frame properly this time. We're going to hit the throttle in about 3, 2, 1. There we go. Let's check what's going on over here real quick. But yes, I will also be, in my quest to do a little bit more content for YouTube, I'll be putting together some sort of, some clips slash highlights slash YouTube shorts kind of stuff. I've felt for a long time that I need to utilize the stream content a little bit more than just having it dumped on YouTube in VOD format. Because actually a lot of the most frequent questions I get on comments and stuff on YouTube, I answer them 10 times a day. Literally 10 times a day on stream. But of course, so few people get the opportunity to watch the stream because of the hours that I stream at. Yeah, I feel like I could and should be doing better with my time, which is what I strive to achieve. We'll see how this new schedule works out for a couple of weeks though. If I get the itch to stream more, then we'll stream more. We'll play it by ear. This is what happens when you go away for a week, right? You start thinking about things. Thinking sometimes is dangerous. I don't even know how to pronounce that word. Had to look that up. Best images ever. Defo streamable. Do I need to Google what the hell this is now? Is this a bait? Am I being sucker punched into this? Oh. Yes. Now I remember what it is. Yeah. Yes, the random wife carrying, yeah. Probably not something we'll be streaming. I can't imagine Mrs. Manthius will be up for that one. Oh dear, oh dear. There we go, let's finish this, cancel scan off. There we go. Now, for me at least, the question becomes. Now I know I've been talking about this a little bit. If we plan to make Tour and Mill basically home, as close to home as home will be, yeah, YouTube's better than Twitch, which is a mild times better than TikTok. Yeah, I can't see me doing TikTok. Let's put it that way. I am now, for the most part, set up on Tour and Mill, or Taran Mill, however you want to actually pronounce it. I'm pretty much set up here nicely. 2 characters, both level 60, both with 2 legendary crafting professions. So from a goal making perspective, I'm pretty good here. What I need to do though is start switching my focus to this realm, which will mean that we will start to basically try and build up our inventory, I think. I think that's the only way we're going to do it. If we can start building up our inventory, if we can build up the quantity of stuff that we craft and sell, we will give ourselves the opportunity to not have to cancel scan as much. I mean, we're currently got 340 auctions on this realm listed, which is, sure, it's great. Oh, we sold a Shadowghast ring at rank 5. I say sold, I should really say gave away, but sure. Yeah, we need more inventory over here, basically, I think. Which means we could probably do with a couple more characters, a couple more inventory, or I need to start switching into flipping rather than just crafting. I like crafting though. Crafting would be fun. I really should have come back to streaming after having a week off with a little bit more of a plan. That's one thing that I'm pretty terrible at, is planning stuff, but which is why I very, very quickly fall into just, you know, auction house PvP. let's just sell a bunch of stuff. Let's make a bunch of gold. This is the competition I don't want on Tower and Mill. Yeah, sorry. I cannot guarantee that. Right, it appears everything's expiring. We need to list everything up again. Finally, a rank 6 sale. Took 3 hours, so slow this morning. I had a real surge of good sales first thing, but I had the luxurious position of being apparently the only one relisting, which doesn't happen very frequently, but when it does, it's a nice day. Right, let's fill our bags with goodies. There we go. Get those goodies back on the auction house. My realm they undercut in seconds. It's very much dependent on time of the day. I'm also aware that the main goblins on my home realm have been the main goblins for so long that it naturally hinders new competition, and every time new competition pops up they tend to not last very long, because the goblins that do goblin things on my realm do it 15 hours a day almost religiously, but it means that there's only a couple of us. TM is good before noon, not so many goblins awake. This is it, right? Sometimes you can find that odd hour of the day where there's not so many people on and you can just make an absolute killing. Somebody listed 14 rank 4 capes. Somebody accidentally pressed craft all, do we think? Why would anybody be crafting 14 rank 4 capes? Maybe they crafted 15 rank 4 capes expecting to unlock rank 5. Ouch. They're always the same 3 to 4 people. I don't get it. Do they sleep? Oh, they probably sleep. They probably sleep the exact same hours that you sleep, which is why it appears like they're online all the time. But never underestimate people's ability to be degenerate. Like this is one of the biggest counter arguments to goblins actually being bots. Is the fact that there are people out there that will quite comfortably play the auction house 20 hours a day. Because they're actually doing it whilst they're doing something else. People work from home. People have got like WoW open on a second screen. Every 5 minutes they'll do a cancel scan. They'll do that for their 8-hour workday, and then they'll play the game on another account, and they'll do it for another 8 hours of the day, and then all of a sudden that's 16 hours a day, and people think they're bots. They're not bots, they're just online a lot. That's not to say that bots don't exist, because we all know that they do, but found it boring to undercut all day, was thinking they're bots. It's not 5 minutes, it's seconds. Got accused of being a bot the other day, was cancel scanning every 5 minutes in between work. Got a whisper from a guy telling me he reported me. Yeah. This is the thing, right? People can suspect all they like. That report's probably not going to do a lot, because as long as you're not actually botting, then you should be good, right? I'm online most days from 8 AM to 10 PM. Yeah, exactly. It's not difficult for people to do that. If they work from home, they're online from 8 o'clock in the morning. They finish their work day. They continue to play World of Warcraft in the evening. It's really not difficult for people to be online 12 to 15 hours a day. Come on, let's get the last of these posted. There we go. How many more? Oh my god, as quick as I post all of the expireds, more turn up. Oh, we sold some in. I didn't see what it was though, it whizzed past too quickly. I reported 4 people, they got bans. Blizzard sent me an in-game mail saying thank you for the help. I mean, yeah, sometimes they look into it and they take action on the reports. That's not to say that the reports don't work. The reports only work when you report somebody that is actually a bot. Or that's obviously meant to be the way that it goes, at least. Deadly Sinvir necklace. I wonder what rank that was. Oh, sorry, not rank, item level. I'm selling a whole bunch of stuff here. What's going on? Some enchants, Deadly Sinvir neck at item level 230. 6.5k gold. Wow, that's really cheap. Shadow Lace foot wraps, item level 200. 5k gold, that's a nice profitable sale. We'll take that one all day long. Multi-boxing shows that lots of reports can get automated bans regardless of what you're doing. That's true, but the likelihood of you getting multiple bans through auction house, being stood at the auction house, is very, very slim. Yeah, you might piss 1 or 2 people off, but pissing 1 or 2 people off is not going to report in an automated ban. It's when you're multi-boxing for hours on end, and over the period of a week, 20 people report you. That's when it could trigger an automated, you know. It's way more, it's like, actually, like herb mining, multi-boxing is way more risky for automated bans than standing at the auction house selling things. Right, there's all the expired stuff done. Is that everything done? Nope, of course. As quick as we repost it, more cancels. Let's check. Where's our bank dude gone? He's here. Let's check that we've got everything. Yep. Let's check we got everything from the guild. Yep. Back in the consortium forum days, people were talking about getting guildies to take out a competitor. It was quite frequently abused in RBGs. I remember that everybody, like, you would if somebody was dominating in an RBG, sorry, not necessarily a rated battleground, but just a battleground, that you could mass report somebody and they'd just get insta kicked. Bit of a shithouse move, but yeah, I remember it happening. Right, that should be our auctions good now. Let these sales come through. 130k worth of sales. I'll take it. Everything's about to start expiring over here, if it hasn't already. We'll get these things relisted. Yeah, literally within 6 minutes, the world is going to expire over here. Most of it probably has. We'll do it piece by piece. We'll do it piece by piece. I'm very quickly going by the approach. If I just, craft a bit of everything, I can do less and less cancel scans on this stuff. If it takes me a few days to sell a few pieces because I quickly get undercut, I can't imagine there's many people going forward that are doing too many cancel scans on like item level 87 gear, if at all. This is why I love Trade School Master. Get it set up once and then it just works for you consistently. Anybody not using Trade School Master is at such a huge disadvantage, it's not even funny. Not even funny. If you're using Auctionator and you're trying to remember the values of everything and posting things or like manually, oh, I feel for you. How was your holiday? It was good, thank you. Nice and chilled, nice and relaxed. It's good to take a few days off. We actually physically went away as well. We went to our summer place for the weekend, or for the week. So I didn't even log on to WoW for like 5 days or something. Probably the longest since Shadowlands launched. I'm that guy not using anything for the auction house. Only use big brain. It hurts sometimes. Dude, seriously, you are wasting so much time. The time you spend learning how to use Trade School Master and getting set up on Trade School Master will be the most efficient hours you ever spend. Honestly, like, because once you set up Trade School Master, it's done. And you just click a few buttons. Done. Like now, I don't need to worry about what the value is of any of these items in my bags. All of these items that I've crafted that are in my bags, I don't need to remember what the prices of any of these are. All I do is I click post. And then Trade School Master works it all out for me. And then I click post again. Got it 2 weeks ago and it's changed my life. Yeah. Once you get it set up, it's night and day the difference between using it and not using it. Very, very rarely will you hear of somebody that tries to start using Trade School Master and then doesn't, and then goes back to doing it manually. Just use a list of favourites. Just calculate the price of buying things. You're missing a trick, my dude. You're missing a trick. Honestly. Look, I can literally post all of these items with my eyes closed. Like, quite literally by definition. Eyes closed, not even looking. Not looking. Not looking, making gold. Not looking. It's literally that. All because I've got it set up correctly once. I mean, I'm not in that many markets as you. Even if you're in one market, why do the same thing repeatedly? The definition of insanity is doing the same is doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. Damn son, you selling everything out here? It's the way to do it. It's the way to do it. Enchanting, jewel crafting, bit of leatherworking and tailoring. You're in just as many markets as I am. You're absolutely in just as many markets as I am. Posting manually after using TSM is just torture. Yep. Genuinely, yep. I'm so doomed, need TSM. Trust me. It's the best thing you could ever do. I mean, if you happen to play on my realm, continue to not use it, sure. But... I was going to say you can't find the auction house with your eyes closed, but then I realised you're in Booty Bay and you can just macro everything. Yep. Yep. I mean, if I wanted to, I could macro, yeah, literally, stand in one spot, job done. Even bought a mouse that can, there you go, 20 mil clicks. Boom. Speedy, speedy. Default UI is usually better, always quicker than Sniper. I mean, the Sniper module I don't really use much in TSM anymore. It was much better in the past. It's not so much of a thing for me now. Just make the lunge. I used to make hundreds of gold. Now my days off are when I open my mailbox. It's just under 1 million. Yeah. Yeah. It's game changing, genuinely. There's not a, I would say there's probably only a handful of people that have made more than a gold cap without using Trade Skill Master. And those are going to be people that just actively farm for all of their gold all the time. I mean, if you're farming pretty heavily, boosters, farmers, 2x4, etc. Yeah. Made over 8 mil, didn't do any farming. While that is very impressive, do you not think that in the same time, if you maybe had been using Trade Skill Master, instead of making 8 mil, you could have made 80 million? Over 100 million Shadowlands without TSM? You're one of the exception though. Since I know primarily what you do, I would say that you're for sure one of the You're the exception to the rule rather than the rule. Just don't know why I don't invest time to set it up. Dude, it's so easy. Check out the... literally last week, I did a 4-part series on getting up and running with Trade Skill Master. If you're to watch all 4 parts of the video, it's probably about an hour to watch all 4 parts. But trust me, you'll spend 1 hour learning how Trade Skill Master works, then maybe an hour or so setting it up for yourself, or alternatively, just jump in my Discord and steal the groups that I use. And if you really, really, really want to skip the time and the effort, you can support me on Patreon, because my silver goblins get access to my full TSM profile. And then it's literally a case of just, you know, copy, paste, press go. Yeah, bot's still dead. I'm going to squish Streamlabs, I think, because the bot's just stupid. If you're watching, you're obviously watching on Twitch though, so down below is the link to the Patreon. Yeah, I can't work out why Sir Coffeebot is dead. Genuinely don't know why. So I'll just use Nightbot or something for. I was hoping that I would, you know, take a few days off and Sir Coffeebot would take a vacation as well, but apparently not. He's just being a dumb. Too much Baileys in his coffee? Probably, yeah. Might be using that instant stuff. Ah, Nescafe's gross. Fine, I'm getting cyberbullied into learning TSM properly. Might need to relog in, etc. I've done all of that. I might need to check that the Sir Coffeebot Twitch account isn't, like, I don't know, banned or suspended or something, I don't know. Sir Coffeebot's chilling in chat though. He's chilling in chat as a moderator, so he's there. He just doesn't want to do his job. I don't understand why. Right, was that everything? Okay, we've still got a few things that are going to expire relatively soon. Rank 4 Umberhide legs. Oh, they're nice and juicy. 50k for rank 4 legs. Crafting cost of about 32. That'll do. That'll do nicely. What are we selling over here? Just a few enchants. All gravy. All gravy. How long does the campaign take this week? Oh, that's a good point. I've not done the campaign. I'm lacking. I'm seriously slacking. This is what happens when you take a few days off. You miss things. What's the renown cap now? Is it what, like 54? Is it 54? Don't know how I made gold before TSM. It simplifies selling and makes it almost a point of mindless side action whilst playing on the main account. That's it. It's the simple story. Set it up once, and then you just click go a few times. Pretty annoying this week. A lot of travelling around. Didn't time it though. Maybe an hour's worth of stuff. Let's find out then. 2 hours on your mage. Take a week on my mage. Take a week on my mage. Right, since my game's taking forever to load, I'm going to go grab a drink for 2 minutes, boys and girls. You occupy yourselves. I will run an ad in the downtime, so use the opportunity if you don't want to watch ads to either hit that sub button, or, of course, if you are going to stick around, maybe do some star jumps or something. Keep the blood flowing, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll what am I on renown wise? Oh, I'm only 51. Yeah, I'm behind. I need to play catch up a little bit to keep on track of things. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Alrighty, we are good to go. We are good to go. So, I have a sneaky feeling, sneaky feeling, that I'm actually just behind on renown, because I don't think I've got an easy way to catch up to 50. If 54 is the cap, that's this week. I think I've done everything this week that guarantees renown, and I'm still only 51. So I think I'm a week behind somehow. Maybe taking a week off does that, but we'll see. Alive, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. Holiday was good, thank you. Feeling nicely refreshed. Feeling the urge to play World of Warcraft again, which is nice. Even with everything going slightly catastrophic in the real world, but in the world of Azeroth, I'm feeling the urge to play. So how am I going to get to big boy renown numbers then? 52 gives me the next campaign quest. Oh no, I seem to be on... Oh no, I replenished the reservoir. We can go hand that in. Well, let's do that then. Chains of Domination questline. Where are we at with this? Zygor will tell me. Urge to play? Yeah. When you play this game for 15 years straight, taking a week off playing the game is like losing an arm or a leg. You kind of feel the need to put it back on. Okay, we need to do a bunch of stuff. Let's go back to... Let's firstly hand in... Do we think we're... Let's just complete the campaign, because this campaign quest might give us... Do the campaign, I think you'll make it to 54. Yeah, so do I. I can hand in the Lost Soul... the Replenish the Reservoir one. Oh boy, look at our bags. They're tragic. Let's fix this real quick. So get rid of some of these grey items. See you later. Hopefully there was no nothing pet vendory in there. Let's take a Hearthstone to see the Primus. Oh, hang on. That was the sound of a sale. Oh boy, another rank 6 pair of unbehind legs. Go on, check me out. 150k. I need to I might actually need to do a bit of a recraft on legendaries actually. Just thinking about it before we get too deep into campaign. As considering I only craft one of everything, the likelihood is that we're now just missing quite a lot. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 top tier legendaries that I don't have listed. Now if you don't list it, you don't sell it. So maybe we'll very quickly see if we can spin off a quick restock. I should have the materials to do it, so it shouldn't really be... Now that's concerning. Why is it choosing to... Why is it choosing to only show me to craft 4? Oh, I know why, because I've changed up my operation on legendaries to only craft things profitably at certain points. I would imagine things like this, which is technically profitable, but there's only 10k profit in it, is probably not enough profit for Trade Skill Master to consider it worthwhile crafting now. Maybe I want to... okay. You can always click the renown button on the minimap and hover the mouse over the renown number at the top. It will show you the... so you know the opportunities to get more renown. That is true. That is true. Progress your Covenant campaign and complete weekly quests for your Covenant to increase renown. Renown is available. Yes, so Doesn't actually... Well, yeah, maybe doing the campaign will get us 1. Hang on. That's lots of things selling. What was that? Oh, they weren't Legos. They were enchants. Alright, we'll craft some legendaries later. We don't need to be crafting legendaries now. We got plenty of stuff to sell. Let's get this going. So this should give us Renown 52, which in turn should lock the next campaign. I think I'm a week behind on the campaign. So I still got to do last week's, which is going to send us over to Revendreth by the looks of things. Let's pick up this calling while we're here, in case we accidentally do something with it. Where is this one? Ardenweld. Oh, there's a double Bauble in Ardenweld. Challenges is... Oh, hang on. Both challenges and call to Ardenweld. It might be worth smashing those out as well. This week's campaign is long. I hate it, but I did it on 2 characters. Is it a long one, is it? Let's see. Oh, we can't click any of these yet. Reinforced. Can't do anything with it yet. Where do I get my... Ooh, I should know this. He's there, isn't he? The quartermaster is actually not here. I'm just thinking the fact that I've actually got a Paragon box I should go pick up. Speak with Nalcorn Talzen at the Theatre of Pain. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to go grab that real quickly because there's some... I mean, odds on it being a pet or a mount. Got to be pretty good, right? If nothing else, it's a few thousand gold. I logged in yesterday and ran around, did a couple of things. And after running through half of Ardenweld, I suddenly remembered, oh, I can fly. Still, my brain still does not tell me that I can fly. Supplies, go on, be something good. Be something good. We want a mount. We want all the things to go crazy right now. Open your companion's page and use this item to grant 75,000 experience directly to a companion. Go on then. Oh, it needs to be one that's not on. Okay. Right. Okay. Reroll Druid, you'll do it by accident. That's also very true. There are 3 things we want from here. An infested arachnid casing, a micromancer, or the colossal slaughter claw. We want the mount. It's got to be the mount. 3, 2, 1. Nada. Nothing. I mean, obviously gold, but nothing. God damn. That's really sad. That is really sad. That there's just nothing. Those should at least give you some materials or something. Surely. The fact that you can open a box and get... I mean, you shouldn't sniff at 3,529 gold, sure. But there should open some in. Alright, fine. Whatever. Where are we going in Revendreth then? I guess we're going here. Learn to use your favourite mount button better. That's true. I should do. I mean, I've even got it keybound, so I don't know what I don't, but... Right, this dude's going to take a couple of minutes to fly where he's going. Let's do a cancel scan on 4, 5s and 6s, considering there doesn't seem to be too many people online today. Goblin-wise, that is. Keep our auctions front of the queue, where possible. I need to some of the videos I want to put together. I want to put together some actual farming routes, because I'm very, very conscious of that. My YouTube channel, I think, is very, very good for intermediate to advanced goblins, or at least I like to think it is. But what my YouTube channel is terrible for is beginner goblins. Actually terrible. This is why I put together that TSM playlist, those 4 videos last week, for those that keep track of what's going on the YouTube channel. The 4 videos we put out on the basics of TSM I thought were really important videos to have available. Obviously they performed terribly compared to what my usual videos do, but that's because it was a niche market. But I also feel I should really cater towards the entry-level goblins as well, a lot more. The first thing I tell everybody when I get asked the question of, well, how should I make my first bit of gold? The first thing I tell everybody is go farm. And yeah, I don't provide people any more than that. I tell people to go farm, and then I tell people to Google it and hope for the best, which is pretty slack, really. I should be able to say, right, watch this playlist, and you'll be good. So this is kind of why my reasoning for wanting to tone down the stream days and, you know, put more focus on the YouTube, because I think I can do better for the YouTube for sure. Just clickbait everything with 100k gold plus per hour. It's interesting, right? Those clickbait videos work really well. They work really well when they work. What those channels are not very good at is maintaining their viewers. Channels that just choose to clickbait everything with gold values, they churn subscribers like crazy. Actually churn subscribers. They'll like, people will watch 1 or 2 of their videos, go, wow, these videos are really cool, and then they'll try some of them, and then they'll go, oh, well, I'm not going to make anywhere near this. And after they realise that 3 or 4 times, they never watch that channel again. One thing the way that, yeah, that's it. People just don't come back to that channel ever. One thing that I try to emphasize when it comes to YouTube is, instead of farming viewers, you don't want to farm views, you want to farm viewers. You want to turn somebody that watches one of your videos into a long-term viewer of your channel. And I think clickbait videos are one of the worst things you can do on a channel, especially when you're growing. You might get that one video that bangs and does 50,000 views out of nowhere, but that won't actually long-term do anything for the growth of your channel. The second that YouTube stops promoting that video, boof, those same viewers won't return. I watched Penguins for some times until I saw some flaws in some of the monotony in the clips. I think Penguin, she knows exactly what she's doing. She's pretty smart about her goal making, and I think that she's just trying to play the YouTube game too hard. I think if she toned down the clickbaitness, she'd actually do much better. Because, yeah, to a degree you have to play into the algorithm, but humans are humans at the end of the day. Humans are humans. Regardless of what the thumbnail and the title only gets people to watch the video. The content in your video then needs to be good enough to hold people. But the problem is if the title and the thumbnail paint a picture that you then don't deliver with the content, you've shot yourself in the foot. if you take the time to watch Penguin's content, then yeah, she does a good job. She outlines things very clearly. The videos do go into detail and do specify that whilst you may make this amount of gold, you may not. But the easiest, like, people that put these big gold values in their titles, they still have to then put a disclaimer in their video. Now, nobody likes disclaimers. Genuinely, nobody likes disclaimers. The second you have to make the disclaimer that this may not work for you, people switch off. They're gone. They lose interest. If you're going to make a video on how to effectively farm volatile fire and sell volatile fire, put that in the title. I don't know. I just think a lot of people do YouTube horrendously just wrong, just so wrong. I'm not saying I'm the best at YouTube. I'm clearly not. I mean, my channel's got like 10k subs, but I can go away for a week. I could not post videos for a week and still maintain a decent amount of views on the channel. Whereas there's lots of channels out there that the very second they stop posting videos, their channel just dives. And that only happens when like 80% of your views come from people being baited to click the video. Right. Now that we've got these posted, we should hopefully be in Revendreth and be able to continue the campaign. Why have we got so many that's not posted? What's going on here? Why did they cancel but then not get listed again? Maybe they're duplicates, that's fine. Right, where are we going? Meet Baroness Vashi at Sinful. Are we going up or are we going down? I assume we're going up. Oh, I love Revendreth. Now that we can fly, this is probably... It's weird to say because when you look at it, it looks really drab and boring. But I really, really like Revendreth as a zone. Really, really like it as a zone. If your video title says how to farm volatile fire, I'll probably watch it 10 times in a year. If your video title says make 100,000 gold per hour, I probably won't even watch it once. Yeah. And this is why clickbait has its place, right? It without doubt has its place. That when you get to a certain size and the algorithm starts working in your favor, it exposes your content to hundreds and thousands and millions of people that probably wouldn't see it otherwise. But when you first start off on YouTube, the algorithm is not your friend. It's genuinely not your friend at all. Your friend is the YouTube search. And you want to create videos that are search worthy. And if somebody wants to know how to farm volatile fire, guess what they're going to type into YouTube, or guess what they're going to type into Google? How to farm volatile fire is probably what they're going to type in, right? So if your video's titled that, hey, guess what? You've got a very strong chance of that person, who is a highly targeted viewer, by the way, because they're going to know exactly what the content of the video is. If you then deliver on that, if you show them how to farm volatile fire, guess what they're going to do? They're going to probably watch more of your videos in the future. And then when you find it, when over time, when you've done that enough, and there's enough people that have subscribed to you and enough people that naturally see your videos, the YouTube algorithm starts to like you a little bit more. If you go straight in, balls to the wall with clickbait videos, yeah, you'll gain a bunch of views and a bunch of subscribers, but none of those people will stick about. Not for very long. It's a quick cash grab, sure. But the problem is the YouTube goal making scene isn't a big enough community for quick cash grabs to really be profitable. And I categorically guarantee Student makes probably 10 times as much from his Twitch channel as he does from his YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is actually more about selling his book than it is providing people content. What are we selling? What are we selling? Shadebound Greaves. Oh, rank 2 Bone Shattered Gauntlets. We basically gave them away, but I'm trying to purge through a bit of stock anyway, which is fine. It's all good. We'll take those sales. Sales are sale. I should probably be paying attention to this, shouldn't I? Although I did this part of the campaign, I did all of this on the PTR, so I kind of know all of this. His Twitch is interesting though. Student's an interesting one. I've spoke about this before in terms of the fact that his content personally is not for me. Simply on the basis that, I mean, I don't enjoy farming. If you enjoy farming, his content's probably pretty good. But I genuinely just don't enjoy farming. So it's he's not really a content creator that I engage with much, on the fact that although we weirdly sort of do the same thing, we're primarily both goal makers. We do it in such a very, very different way. And unfortunately our taste in music is very different as well, which is why I can't watch his stream. I can't sit and listen to heavy death metal rock music, unfortunately. It's not my thing. Ironically, I'd probably be a lot more interested in his Twitch stream if he wasn't blasting music all the time. Because without question, knowing where the farmable opportunities and stuff are would be very, very... Will you stop moving? There we go. Would be very beneficial. I wish less people focus so much on music and streams. I think it's a terrible idea. I genuinely do. This is why I try to keep the volume of my music as nothing more than background music. I do my best to balance the audio so that if you want to turn the volume up, you can hear the music in the background. But if you don't, you can still play yours over the top and still, you know, kind of use the stream as a podcast if you wish as well. Blasting music on a stream is a terrible idea because you're instantly dividing your audience. Why would you want to instantly divide your audience? People are watching you because they like the content that you put out there, and then you're actively choosing to split them up. Like, why? What are you doing? It doesn't make any sense. I don't even hear your music just the way I like it. Well, there we go. I deliberately keep it relatively conservative and equally backgroundy. What are we meant to be doing here? Use the Orb of Revelation. Use it in random areas to reveal Dreadlords. Oh, shit. Okay. Do we then pew them when we find one? I guess we do. And then we just kill them. Is that what we're saying? I mean, it's not like everybody doesn't have their own Spotify nowadays anyway. So I mean, it would actually make more sense if the streamer wishes to listen to music while they stream. Just don't broadcast it on through OBS. It's really that simple. And if the entertainment value of your stream is derivative of the music that you're playing, that's not somebody that's going to stick around. Nobody sticks around to watch a live stream just for the music, because they can go listen to that music themselves without having to listen to whatever you're doing on top of it. It just makes no sense to me. But maybe it's my sales and marketing background that differentiates me a little bit. Not to mention the amount of people I still to this day see just broadcasting copyright music. It's like you are literally you're holding a grenade in one hand and the pin in the other. Just because it's not gone bang yet doesn't mean that it's not gonna. Such a terrible idea. But people will do what people want to do. Any reason Forsen became popular in 2014 was plug DJ, so audio must be somewhat relevant. Citing something that happened 7 years ago on the internet though. Streaming 7 years ago was a different game. I mean, that's like saying just because we lived without electricity for thousands of years, it's like saying that, oh well, we don't really need electricity. Times change. Forsen was Forsen still is a massive streamer, but his comeuppance in the streaming world was when streaming wasn't a big thing. He had that first to market advantage. Different game nowadays. Different game. Now it's a popularity contest. But yeah, I do agree music will have its part. If you happen to hit the nail on the head, if you happen to find a streamer that you enjoy engaging in their content and they happen to play music that you also like, then it's a double bubble bonus, right? But unless you happen to be playing quote unquote popular music, you're going to be slicing your audience before you even give them the opportunity to engage with your content properly. I went looking for your music, it helps me concentrate. Well, there we go. Sometimes it works. Sometimes... Will you stop moving? There we go. What's next on the list then? Run up the stairs. What are we doing? Oh, I want your bird. You've got a cool flappy bird. Spectral flappy bird. I want me a spectral pigeon. Pack B, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Are we meant to be up or are we meant to be down here? I can't tell. Oh, we're meant to be here. There we go. Sponsored ad. Thank you, my friend. I'm forgetting to press the ad button. That's very true. Quick 30-second sponsored ad from Pack B. Thank you. I said I'd take a bit of a holiday and think about some channel point redeems. I might have made a small white lie on those. Whoa, what's this insect plague? Whoa. We can yeah, there we go. Anti-scam again. I'm such a bad human. I'm a terrible human being. People have got all these coffee beans and nothing to do with them. Meet some dude in Sinful, sure. Oh, hang on. Can we take a... There we go. Easy game. Human do human things. You're right. This human should do human things. If I expect pet to do pet things, then human should do human things, that's for sure. Oh, hang on. I'm part of the Necrolord. I shouldn't be in here. I should say hi to all my Venthyr friends. Seriously, what do I do with my 70,000 coffee beans? Make a massive pot of coffee and don't sleep for a week. Who we killing? Inside Sinful, reveal yourself. Okay. Oh, we got to click on these things. Cryptograms. There's 1 of 10. Is it you? No. Who we met? Oh, it's this dude, right? There. Here we go. Reveal yourself and let me pew pew. Quick question: is there a big goblin from big servers that streams? I would like to see one in action. The largest of large goblins currently. I mean, if you're going by actual gold that they generate, I'm not sure if you were memeing with that question or not. But the largest of large goblins. I mean, Hickons is a prime example of somebody that just makes ludicrous amounts of gold. He plays on the NA. Dirty Irby also plays on the NA and makes just stinky amounts of gold. I think there's definitely something about the NA realms. If you know what you're doing and you sort of have the competitive advantage of already having a lot of gold, you can do some absolutely crazy things in the NA realms. But it's weird, right? I never see these people doing really much cancel scanning at all. Cancel scanning seems to be way less of a thing on the NA realms. And in turn, I would have also go as far as to say that Trade School Master is probably not anywhere near as popular over in the NA as it is on the EU, which leads me to believe why it's because, I mean, like I said, this is all slightly subjective until I go out there and do it myself. But if Dirty Irby or Hickons or somebody that's big that plays on the NA realms, if they spend 1 million gold, by the time they've crafted something and sold the items that they bought with that 1 million gold, they have 2 million gold. Their profit margins are insane. Their profit margin is not out of the realm of possibility of it being like 100%. They're literally doubling their money every time, and so all they need to do is just spend gold faster. The more gold they can spend and the faster they can spend it with those sorts of profit margins, they just snowball to like just crazy levels. Whereas over on the EU realms, if you can get an average of much above 30% profit, you're absolutely balling. That's where I think the difference lies between the NA realms and the EU realms. There's a lot more competition, I think, on the EU because more people are interested in paying for the game with gold. And in turn, it means that the average profit margins on items is considerably less. Xander's pretty well on full pop too. That's true, he does, yeah. With a combination of stuff as well. It'll be interesting to see if Zanzavul chooses to continue streaming WoW or not. He's somebody that's fallen into a bit of a... He's got a sour taste in his mouth because of, you know, the recent situation with Blizzard, which is fair. Two gold lightless silk. I mean, yeah, I mean, how things like that even happen is beyond me, but apparently they do. I've never paid for something in WoW from Legion when I bought the expansion, and that's it. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I actually took my credit card out of my pocket and paid for anything in WoW. Nearly, and that's true to say for almost any Blizzard game as well. Call of Duty expansions, Diablo, Hearthstone, all of that sort of stuff. It's all paid for with Blizzard Balance, where possible. I had to pay for my NA accounts, but apart from that, same, not since... Well, yeah, I'm in the same position. I'll have to pay for my NA accounts. If and as and when I decide to play on the NA realms as well. I'm very tempted to do that quite soon, actually. Because I'm going to get into autopilot very quickly on the current realms that I'm on. And I'll either have the option to either expand onto more realms, or I'll have the option to get a couple of NA accounts on the go. Oh, what is this? 500 anima. I'll take it. Oh no, I was meant to wait for that dude. Oops. Let's head back. Come on, speedy now. Third world country, it's expensive to play WoW. But this is it. That's a big factor to why the token price is considerably more expensive. It's economically way more viable for people to pay for this game with gold in some countries in the EU, whereas over on the NA, 90% of the player base is more than happy to pay for it with their credit card, which is, in my opinion at least, the defining reason to why there's such a difference in the token price between the realms. Hang on, these are all elites. These dudes are pretty tough for just a campaign quest. I mean, I definitely wouldn't enjoy doing this on my mage. If you make it from EU accounts, you can pay only for game time with gold. For me at least, if I go over to the NA realms, I'd have to do it on a separate BattleNet because I've already got 8 EU accounts. That's the problem. Where's my pet? Can my pet do pet things like real quick? There we go. Thanks. Ooh, what's going on here? Minimum wage in the US is still many times more than the minimum wage in some EU countries. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Go US, I think it makes no sense to expand more into the EU realms. I do have a lot of liquid gold in the EU realms, operating fully on 3 servers, and from Saturday I started 2 more. So tempted to go US. Researched US realms, seems so lucrative, although the US can think the same about the EU. According to my research calculations, I see profit margins are at least 2 times more in the US than the EU, not even considering how much cheaper the token is to maintain the subs. Yeah, I mean, everything to me indicates the exact same. Profit margins are, on average, considerably higher on the NA realms. If I take my knowledge of how to play the game and how to set up TSM, and my experience from playing on EU for so many years, and get myself reasonably set up on the NA realms, I think I'll be flying. Always makes the EU the RMT haven. Well, yeah. I've just realised I'm meant to be going somewhere that is not here. Let's take a proper flight path. Let's talk to you. We're going to Orobos apparently. Go US, but beware. Know that if it works out, I'll be following, because I've been thinking of going to the US for a while as well. Well, I think many people have considered it. Something to do with the work time there, because the average work time is higher in the NA, and that's why there's way more opportunities there. People will buy things easily to not waste time. I mean, there's many factors. There's many factors at play. That's certainly one of them. US time difference kind of sucks though. Doesn't really matter for a goal maker so much. I mean, it does mean that it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you to actively be playing the auction house at peak times. But if your average profit is double what it is in the EU, does it really matter? And there's less competition, and the availability of materials is still just as high. Does it really make a huge difference? Did it for a month, but in the end it felt a bit pointless. Would restart there for a few buddies hanging out there doing it too, though. Yeah, I'm very tempted to pick up a couple of NA accounts, but it's that whole 100% starting from zero thing again that kind of worries me. The bots did annoy me for sure. That's true. There's probably a much greater bot problem over there. It's like I said though, considering that that 9.1 is absolutely going to be another long patch. There's no question about it that 9.1 is going to be another lot. Hopefully not as long as 9.0 was, but with everything that's going on in the real world right now, it's relatively safe to say that patch 9.1 is going to be another long one. If that's the case, I've got two options really. I either take a month out from playing World of Warcraft completely and we go play some other games, which is something I might still do anyway, at least for the stream. What is this? Oh, okay, it's that one. Sure. Either we take a month out and just go play other things for a while, or we expand over to the NA and just dedicate a month to see what we can do in a month on the NA realms. I know it's going to be mid-patch and I know it's going to be a bit weird, but I'm still relatively sure that there's stupid amounts of opportunities over there. You say hopefully, but we think there's any possibility it won't be? I don't really know is the honest answer. I definitely feel that patch 9.1 is going to be a long one. Regardless to how far they already are along with development, it's relatively safe to say that, yeah, 9.1 is going to be a long one. Where's my tunes gone? Right, where's the next part of the campaign then? Take an urgent message from Ardenweld. You may need to relog to get this to appear. Great. Okay. Perfectly designed system. You complete one part of the quest chain, and even Zygor tells me, no, it's bugged. You might need to reload to even get the quest to appear. Let's see if it actually turns up. I wonder. If you want to only actively cancel scan at peak times from 6 PM to 8 PM, that's odd hours for Finland. It is. It's going to be very odd hours for sure. But there's 24 hours in a day, and there's gold to be made in all 24 of them. Okay, well, it's still not appeared. So how do we trigger? Well, apparently it says it's on the map, but it's not. Great. Hello, game. Maybe we do it this way. If we physically change zones, it might load the quest. If we now go back to Korthia, it should be there. Fingers crossed. Jump back in the swirly. What do we think? What do we think? Yay! Like magic. +8 months for a small content patch without any strikes. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, now we go back to our boss anyway. Let's rock and roll. I think we'll probably play out patch 9.1. What chapter are we on campaign-wise now? We're on this is the 6 out of 9. So we're 7 out of 9. We've actually almost completed the 9.1 campaign then. The worrying thing is after the 9 weeks of natural campaign time gating, every new week that turns up, there's literally going to be nothing. Like literally nothing. They time gated LFR for 2 months. Yeah, I know, that's just genuinely outrageous. To time gate LFR for 2 months sort of is a bit of a telltale sign that they know it's going to be a long patch even before this. Now, the skeptic in me, how nothing, you have daily quests? Maybe. The skeptic in me says that 9.1 was pushed early because they knew this court case was coming out. They knew the court case was going to go public, and they had to get TBC, and they had to get 9.1 out before it did. That's the skeptic in me that says that even this content was pushed early because seniors, they pushed the 6-month mount subscription as well. Yeah, they dumpstered everything into getting everything out very, very quickly. People were very concerned that they were releasing TBC and 9.1 so close together. Now, I hate to say it, But it kind of makes sense why they did it, though, doesn't it? Let's get everybody to buy TBC. Let's get everybody to resubscribe for 9.1. Let's get that shit show out of the way first, because there's something big that's going public that would dramatically affect sales of these things. It almost seems too coincidental to me. And the raid, that like the race to world first is done. That, you know, the big hype of the patch is done just in time for, you know, shit to hit the fan. Not sales, but the stonks. Well, yeah, and that. It's I like I said, it's the skeptic in me, but I hate to think that the content that we have in our hands now was pushed to us early, just so that, you know, sales numbers, subscriptions, stock price specifically will be affected less so. Some boss fights, even raiders said they were underwhelmed with them. Yeah, the whole raid felt dramatically undertuned in the eyes of these mythic guys who have been doing this for years, by the way, and know exactly the process that Blizzard go through. And it felt like they just didn't tune or efficiently test half of the stuff. Probably because upper management knew what was coming and had little to no choice in the matter but to forcibly make sure that the content was in people's hands before shit hit the fan. Where are we going here? Oh, it's sending us all the way up there. Okay, sure. "10 out of 10 normal, 9 out of 10 heroic, 2 out of 10 mythic. This doesn't speak for content that's going to last all that too long." Yeah, it's, hang on, there's dailies up here nowadays. I forgot that now I've got new dailies to do up here. Somebody put 2 mules at 250k each on the auction house. Yoink. You can sell those things for best part of 500,000 gold, I've heard now. Because, you know, without multi-boxes farming them 24 hours a day, those pack mules are actually relatively rare. Well, I wouldn't say rare, but valuable. There's still people out there that've got guild banks full of them, but even the blood feasters are getting rarer now. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? There was multi-boxers that were farming that place 24 hours a day. I remember those blood feasters going for like 10k a piece. Like, people literally couldn't give them away at one point. Literally could not even give them away. Now even those things are going to be a little bit rare. Now, I must admit, I made the wrong call on those. Well, not the wrong call. I went more cautiously than I probably should have. Lots of people asked me whether they should have bought those at the end of BFA, and my suggestion was to not stockpile heavy on them, because I was aware just how many multi-boxes had guild banks full of them. But it has since turned out that most of those multi-boxes and or bots now forcibly can't operate any longer. So maybe with hindsight, but I think it was probably still the right decision at the time. But I think looking back on it now, I certainly wish I bought a few. Bought 50 plus of them for 4 to 5k each in 8.3. Sold them for 50k plus in Shadowlands. Yeah, it's crazy. Bought 10 million gold worth of those mounts before Shadowlands. People were bored of 9-1 and ores 4 gold each equals farmers go back to BFA to farm mounts. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? When the current content has been out for so long that the actual most viable way to make gold is to go back to a past expansion. You know something's wrong. Something's not quite right with that. Whoa, 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 what's going on here? Why did I just get slapped out of nowhere? BFA was so much better for farmers and goal makers. So, I mean, simply the fact that you had 4 mounts that you could acquire was enough to... Some people's entire BFA evolved around farming those mounts. Literally from day 1 of the expansion, you could do nothing more than farm those mounts and become a multi-millionaire. Was it fun? Hell no. But there was definitely more outer world, real world sort of yeah. There was a lot more opportunities. Now, like, goal making's in a real shit show right now. I don't mean to knock on Shadowlands any more than it's already getting slapped about for. But the truth of the matter is that there's the goal making opportunities. Whoa! Will these things stop trying to kill me? Outside of the legendary market, or very, very heavily focusing on something like alchemy. There's not a huge reason for people to be out in the world right now. People got bored in WoD. People were all over the old farms as there was very little else to do to make gold. It'll happen again. Yeah, it comes round in cycles. This is why I want to get some pretty solid, pretty straightforward, pretty straight to the point, very searchable farming videos out for people on the YouTube channel, because every 6 months there comes a surge of people that decide that farming volatile fire is the best thing to do again. Literally every 6 months. A video of that nature could not get any views for 6 months, and then out of nowhere 20,000 views in a week, because it just becomes the hot topic of the week. Evergreen content like that is the foundation of a good YouTube channel, and I don't have any of that right now, and I need to fix it. We talking about the BOE mounts? Yeah, the 4 main BOE mounts that you could pick up in BFA were very, very good. Better to farm for the Vial of the Sands pattern. Oh god, I've done that once. I was super lucky. Some people have heard this before, but I was super lucky that the very first canopic jar that I opened, or canopic, however you pronounce it, the first jar I opened, bang, there's the recipe. One hit wonder. Yes, please. Volatile water, fire, primal fire, transmog farms, rinse and repeat. Yep. Lots of new millionaires due to Legos when the market dies down will want to spend their gold on something, so there should be some opportunities around for own mounts, transmogs, pets, etc. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, there's a lot of new millionaires kicking about because of Legos. A lot of people that made like 6 million gold in a week, more than they've ever had in their entire life, and will go out of their way to spend it all very, very quickly. It'd be nice to, you know, have something for sale that those people are going to want to spend their newly found millions on. Oh, I've also remembered island expeditions. They're soloable nowadays as well, aren't they? There's a good opportunity for goal making that people will I mean, I hate to shit on somebody's market, of course, but some of the transmog you get from island expeditions is pretty good. I'm aware Student just did one of his challenges to make 1 million gold from island expeditions or something. I don't really know how that ended up. The thing about farming and professions overall in Shadowlands is that the legendaries have such crazy profit margins that everything else seems like a bad alternative, but they're all actually pretty good. Do you play on the NA realms by chance? As the profit margins generally are razor thin in the EU on most realms. I wouldn't disagree with that statement at all if you play on the NA servers. Especially with rank 5s and 6s right now. There is profit to be made and the turnover is outrageous for sure. Islands aren't soloable yet as far as I know. It was floated, but I can't see any confirmation that it's yet possible. Oh, that's interesting. I thought that was a 9.1 feature. I was relatively certain that island expeditions were going to become solo. The point being that you should, yeah. Oh, okay. Bought a gazillion expedition transmogs before Shadowlands launched. A gazillion, that's a nice number. I like that number. Everybody should have gazillions. Where are we going? Up here, apparently. It was meant to be, but it didn't happen. It was probably something that got, you know, sliced off the list, you know, to get 9.1 in the hands of people before the volcano erupted. Time to buy some TCG mounts for those millionaires then. Well, why do you think Magicus just gets richer and richer every patch? Because everybody that becomes a WoW millionaire overnight goes and then gives all of their gold to Magicus. It's quite literally how it works. There was a blue post that was like that. We intend on doing that. People interpreted that to be it will come in 9.1, but then it didn't. Oh, there we go then. There we go. Where's this half-burnt scroll? I don't remember doing this bit, you know. Maybe this is actually... No, I do remember doing this. Oh, I do remember doing this. I remember doing this on the PTR before we had access to flying. Because my character on the PTR was bugged and I couldn't fly for a while. I remember this part. Collect 4 half-dissolved letters. 1, 2. Who's this dude? Necromantic Anomaly. Let's go pew-pew him then while we're here. Oh, this dude has something interesting on him if I remember right. I'm pretty sure this dude has something interesting. I don't know what he's doing, but I should probably interrupt that. Let's not stand in his swirlies. Deathbolt Rifts. Don't like the sound of that one. No interrupts left. Boom! Got it! Stream of luck. Stream of luck, boys and girls. Yeah! Stream of luck. That's how we do it. I mean, it's cool that I've got it. Never going to use it, but cool that I got it. It's one reason to never kill the rare again. Where are we going in here then? Where are we going in here? Kill some other dudes. Is it you? It's you. What's this do? Disguise just... Oh, I don't need to disguise myself. We just fly. Pewed. Absolutely pewed. I know it sounds really weird, but one thing I am actually quite looking forward to is starting my collecting. I didn't do any collecting in 9.0 for the very simple reason that you spend 99% of your time getting from A to B. But now we have the ability to fly places. I kind of have that itch to open all the things and start collecting. Especially since I know there's lots of just kill this rare 500 times and get a 1% drop sort of stuff, which I need to start putting together a daily list of things I should go and kill for the opportunity at stuff. You're gonna get all the Bastion shards then. I'll get, like, if all the things tells me I need it, I'll probably get it. Start crafting those Bastion wings to jump on the fire pony. I have actually no idea what you're talking about right now, but it sounds cool. You forget, I spent 9.0 in the auction house. My time spent out in the zones was next to none. Bastion Shards was fun. First mount I got in 9.0. We'll start exploring that sort of stuff before too long. I'm standing here doing something. I don't know what I'm doing though. Oh, this is the one you need 3 people to do. Considering I'm here and considering I'm on stream, can I get, you know, Mantle of oh, hang on, you can find a group for this nowadays. Mantle of Mastery, boys and girls. Come and help me out with whatever the fuck this is. Find group. Start group. Some of you guys must have this in your quest log. You must have this in your quest log. I've no idea what it does, but it needs 3 people. Summon an Elder Spirit of Moldraxus through the Prime Arcanium and defeat it. Summoning requires 3 players. Ritualist's Mantle. Unlocks a customization option for your Necrotic Acolyte disguise. Well, there we go. Don't let me down, boys and girls. I'll cry. You'll make me cry on stream. Pargon. Good effort, my man. 1 more needed. 1 more needed. Since we spoke of transmogs, it would be nice time to stockpile a few of those rare Korthia shoulder cosmetics. Once people get more and more bored of Korthia, they'll become rarer. Yeah, I've not really kept my eyes on those all too much. But yes, you're very right. The rarity aspect of those, they're not super rare right now. But, but, in the future, they definitely will be. And we know how people love their transmog. Matthews, how was your holiday? It was good, thank you. It was nice to take a few days, you know, without thinking about World of Warcraft. 15 and 18 hours a day. It was very good. I got a little bit of time in the sun. Not too much though, just a little bit. But now we're back to the regular. Back to the regular. Oh, do people have to be on this quest as well? I've tried to share it. It says that you're not eligible for the quest. I think you actually have to be a Necrolord to get this one, because it's a customization for the Necrolord accolade. It may or may not work. Nice, we missed you. Well, I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be back. And yes, business as usual. Goblins don't get along with sun, so that's true. That's true. A British goblin in the sun? Woo! Dangerous. Dangerous. Danger, danger. Yeah, don't worry, Woo. I'll do this some other day. I'll do this some other day. It's all good. Pew pew these guys real quick. I don't know what I need off these, but surely just killing lots of them should, you know, do the job. Pet, hello? Who stole my pet? Oh, I pulled the big dude. I wasn't trying to pull him. Oh well, whatever. Do I need something off these dudes, or do I just need to kill them? Oh, I need those things, okay. Well, pet's occupied with those. Back to 3 of 5 business as usual. It's only in relation to Twitch. Only in relation to Twitch. We're, yes, I guess you could say that to be the case, but there will hopefully it will mean that there's actually more content from me than less. Now it will just be more content in short form. For those that are confused, my stream schedule is going to go down from 5 days a week to temporarily at least 3 days. Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. So that I can hopefully focus a little bit more so on some YouTube content. Because streaming 5 days a week and trying to put out good... I mean, I could spam dog shit content out all day long. I could do that 12 days a week, but I would actually rather put out some good content for the YouTube, and that takes time and effort. You guys may know that the majority of my videos end up being, you know, hit record, say something interesting for 5-10 minutes, and we'll call it there. I would like to do some slightly more constructive videos than that, if I'm honest. Not that the content in those videos is not good. There's a limit to how much you can do by just looking at a camera and talking for 10 minutes. So nothing tomorrow then. There'll be no stream tomorrow. Not at the same times as what is usual anyway. What I will probably end up doing is, because there will be days, of course, where I get all the YouTube stuff I want to get done. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if we do stream on a Tuesday or Thursday, it will be more likely to be in the evening, which will hopefully be of benefit to the NA audience a little bit more so. Streaming at a time that's more convenient for those guys as well. Because a huge part of my audience currently never gets the opportunity to watch a stream live. And as and when I stream in the evenings, there's a whole new crowd of people. And very frequently I get people saying, wow, it's nice to see you live. We never get to watch live kind of thing. So I at the very least needed to switch up my schedule a little bit to make it more accessible for more people. But the way I'm going to have to do that is to drop it down to 3 days a week to begin with. Oceanic, well, yeah, unfortunately there's 24 hours in a day and I can't stream in all of them. So the sad reality is unfortunately, unless I dedicated my entire life to streaming, which is not something I'm willing to do because it's not a very sensible thing to do, I have to disappoint somebody. Can I just loot this? There we go. Where are we going now? Are we going into this big building here? I think we are, the House of Rituals. Is it on top? No, we got to go down somewhere. Got to go down, got to go down. Have you got your NA account yet? Not yet. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. It's something that is planned for the near future, probably relatively near future, simply for the fact that I've got basically two choices now. The hype of 9.1 is basically done, meaning that it's at this sort of intermediate time between patches that I have the opportunity to do new things. So one of the new things that we could do is just expand onto more realms. We've got 2 realms pretty much fully covered on the EU right now. But I'm also very aware that the EU realms all work in a somewhat similar way. Starting afresh could not only be an interesting perspective on goal making for me, but to see how the NA realms operate as well could be very interesting too. I'm almost tempted to make that a YouTube series, like a start from fresh YouTube series on the NA. I'd almost I don't know. I'd almost run it like a Let's Play series. Because I'll be brutally honest, I've not started fresh, like because so much stuff is account bound now. I've basically never started fresh again. It'd be really interesting to see just how much of an effect, I don't know, having things like my mammoth mount and having things like all my heirlooms and having 500 million pets and mounts and stuff, how much of a bonus actually is all of that stuff, or is it just fluff? Servers out of desolate leather? How does that even happen? And having no brute? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Not salty. Not in the slightest. Yeah, life without a Brutosaur, hey? Imagine that. Imagine that. I'll have to spend my millions on EU buying those goddamn stupid containers then. Can you imagine if I bought containers on the NA realm and got the Brutosaur over there? Oh my days. Oh my days. Having to level through BFA content. Yeah, and that's ironically, that's the one thing that's slowing me down from actually doing it. It'd be funny if he gets a Bruto on the NA before EU. Yeah. So funny. So funny, I might cry. Hang on, we've not done a cancel scan for about an hour. What's going on here? Let's go check what's going on. Did you ever do BFA on Horde though? Well, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Which kind of means that there's an opportunity there, isn't there? Did they remove the Bruto from the black market auction house? I mean, it's not been confirmed. The only thing they have said is that they've added it to the containers. They've added it to the black market containers. So, whether in doing so they removed it outright from being able to appear on the black market auction house, I mean, we don't really know. I'm going to be brutally honest though, I've stopped looking for it because, you know, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Somebody posted a conversation with a GM saying it was removed, but I think it was just a clueless GM. Ah, I see. Yeah, that also wouldn't surprise me. Some temp dude just like, I thought, I don't think it's in the game anymore. We sold a rank 6 Shadow Gas necklace though for 140k. I'll take that. Take a look at the black market auction house TSM data. There's a Brutosaur showing up today even. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. See, I meant to get notifications. I've tried to set up TSM to send me an email notification when one shows up on a realm. But I very rarely actually get them. Content creator flex is for you to be the first to get your second Bruto since the boxes have duplicates. Yeah, that's true. That'd be a real flex, wouldn't it? I'd be happy to get one. I think it's a bit cheeky to go for two, if I'm honest. I think, to be honest, like, the only reason I would ever buy one of those boxes is probably for the Brutosaur, but... See, I thought it was already in the boxes. It was only recently when Blizzard confirmed that they'd added it to the boxes, I was like, huh, I thought it already was, but who knows. Just hope it's a BOE in the box. Can you imagine? List it on the auction house, 10 mil, boom. Gold cap that. No, you'd know very quickly if it was a BOE. You'd know very quickly if it's a BOE. Because Magicus would be selling it. You'd know instantly. Right, let's get those relisted. We've done nearly 1 million gold today. If we add on, I think we've done 1 million gold this stream. It's been a surprisingly fruitful Monday morning. Imagine the clickbait when there's a YouTube deleting your duplicate Bruto. Oh, it'd be so good. Oh, the views on that would be gross. I would clickbait the shit out of that one. 793,000 gold there, plus another. Yeah, done a million gold today. Damn, chest pains just thinking about it. Yeah, that would be a touch mean, but also a touch funny. Hashtag free the long boy. Well, technically anybody could do that, because you could just delete it and then use the item restoration, but it's still hella risky, right? what if the item restoration doesn't work, or I don't know. I think I'll just keep it in my bank in case it ever gets changed to BOE. Yeah, and that. True. True. Right, a few more to list. That'll do for now. What else do we sell? Umberhide legs, shadow gas breastplate. I've probably got a couple of these kicking about. Is there any? Yeah. Thought I had spares. Let's take a quick look at materials just ever so quickly. That's some pretty cheap lace stripe. I'm not so much in the game of investing in stuff, but that lace stripe's not oh okay, that's why it's not a bad price, because there isn't any. A lithium at 110 gold a piece. Madness. Quartzite crystals, still 2k a piece. Actual madness. I worry though whether this is just a delayed effect. I wonder if it's delayed since goblins like myself in the first couple of weeks just bought a bunch of them and probably haven't burnt through their stockpile yet. Have probably not really had much of a need to restock. Because there's still technically less than there's less than 10 legendaries available as far as Quartzite crystals go. And you could buy them all out for 1.2 mil. Miss Banks bought the rest I had on Sylvanas. Well, she probably had a bumper week last week. She probably had a ridiculous week last week. Because all of the sales that I didn't make, she probably ended up hoovering up. I think there'll be an increase in sales in 2 weeks when people can craft their second rank 6. Did I give her a heads up? Yeah, I did. I told her I was going away. I don't think crafters have a lot of stock. Burnt through 16,000 of them. Maybe that's the case. Can we ever wear 2 rank 6s? Well, not currently, but that's not to say that people don't craft multiple legendaries, you know. One for Mythic Plus, one for Raid, one for off-spec, one for main spec. One for PvP. Yeah, like there's many reasons for people to be doing it. Just because you can't wear them both at the same time doesn't mean that people don't want to do it, sort of thing. Thought 9-1 we were going to be able to wear more than one. No, Ian specifically said that's definitely not coming till at least later in the expansion. That was never planned for 9-1. Even shadow gas ingots at 170 gold a piece. That's madness. That's because nobody in their right mind is spending hours of their day crafting them. Oh well, whatever. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Where are we at? Turn in a magical mystery tour. Where are we going here? Say hi to you. What is the plan? Ooh! Quick lunch delivery. Actually, I'm going to eat some food. So, can we borrow her? Sushi? Not sushi today, no. Can't eat sushi every day, Jesus. Turn into a fish. I'd also be bankrupt. We have our salad today. Parma ham, mozzarella, bit of, what do you call them? Shit, those fruits that aren't peaches. What do you call them? I don't know. Anybody who remembers Glyphmus will at least attest to a change like that. A change like that drives things crazy? Oh, the day they announce it. Yeah, yes. It's the second that we get confirmation that two microphones going off to the side, by the way. The second we get clarification that 2 legendaries is a thing will be actual Christmas. For those that have got things pre-crafted, for sure. Nectarines, that's the one. That's the one. See, I knew one of you guys would get it. What we doing up here? Oh, we sold that Shadowgast ring. 250k over here as well. This is all with next to no cancel scanning, by the way. Have we sold anything in the meantime? No. Okay. maybe that's why we've sold nothing. No cancel scans. Right, let's nom down on some food real quick. Where can we farm for such a nice wife? Finland. I guess. There's only 6 million of them, and technically 3 million of them are males, so they don't qualify as wives. On my way. Price was down on everything in my bags yesterday, so I auctioned nothing. I mean, it's worthwhile keeping your stuff on the auction house. Just obviously don't feel the necessity to undercut all the time, because it's perfectly sensible to have your auctions listed, so that, you know, if some of the cheap stuff sells, or when the cheap stuff sells, or, you know, some of these auctions expire or something, there's always opportunities. Mix it all with olive oil or anything else. Olive oil, salt and pepper. Job done. Lovely stuff. Proper olive oil though, not like the cheap shit. What's this? Engadget report. Wow Archivist, a Glyphmus story. Let's have a peruse while we eat some food. Did you find out the drop rate? It's pretty low. It's pretty low. WoW Archivist explores the secret of World of Warcraft's past. What did the game look like years ago? Who is etched into WoW's history? What secrets does the game still hold? Professions in Warlords of Draenor feel completely different than any other era in WoW. Creating powerful items is no longer a matter of farming luck or gold. Instead, we have to produce their key ingredients via garrison work orders. Leveling crafting professions is no longer about creating a bunch of useless items that we instantly vendor or disenchant. And reaching max level is now a slow burn instead of a quick grind. This is the first expansion where I haven't hit max level on all of my professions within the first week or two. So this was obviously wrote in 2014 by the looks of things, which would have obviously been new Warlords of Draenor era. The profession that's changed the most in recent history is Wrath of the Lich King's Inscription, which was added in 2008. Even the interface has changed. The glyph window was originally part of the spellbook UI, not the talent pane. RIP glyph window, by the way. Because of those changes, for a very few special weeks, Inscription transformed the financial futures of countless WoW players, and I was one of them. We called it Glyphmas. It was magical. It was indeed. It was indeed. I was part of this. Let's continue on. Hang on. Let's stuff my face full of food first. In the first version of Inscription, glyphs came in two forms, minor or major. Both slots had a bit of an identity problem. Minor glyphs provided cosmetic options and utility, and often warranted each other for 3 available slots. Major glyphs provided raw power increases, trade-off based customization, and highly efficient utility. Players weren't able to make many decisions about major glyph slots, since straight-up output bonuses to key spells and abilities outclassed just about anything else for most situations. See, even WoD couldn't balance for shit. Blizzard couldn't balance for shit. And that was just with glyphs. For Cataclysm, Blizzard decided to add a new type of glyph, prime glyphs. Ghostcrawler posted on Blizzard's vision for the new glyph system. Prime glyphs aren't going to be exciting in a change up your rotation style. We want prime glyphs to be unambiguous DPS, etc. increases, so we figured they might as well be easy to understand rather than something so convoluted that everybody would just go to a fan site to see which 3 to pick. Oh, see what's really funny is that Blizzard have been trying to get away from this meta-slave style of gameplay forever. Now what they don't realise is if shit is going to get data mined, people are going to meta-slave it within minutes. You can't get away from that. Instead of trying to fight fire with fire, they should just, just go along with it. And just make more stuff interesting. Because people are going to pick the best. Some people are going to always pick the best. But at least make the best things. I think they almost got this right with talents. Almost got this right with talents. And I'll explain why in a minute. They almost got it right with talents. Because for the most part, not always, but for the most part, you have 3 different choices with talents. There's a passive one that is often not the best and arguably should not be the best because it's passive. It just happens. But it's easy. It's good for beginners, right? If you're new to the class, you take the passive one. You'll still do reasonably well, but you won't top the charts. There should then be a proc-based one. Which is something that's on use, so that you can at least then actively choose to press a button to do something. When you press that button, something happens. That should have more skill attached to it, and if used correctly, should provide better than what the passive one does. Then you should have something utility based, maybe something that's not straight damage, but makes you move faster or something along those lines, something more utility. that could be situational. It may be the best thing to have on a certain fight. If you've got to get from A to B really quickly or you're dead, you take option C because you move there faster. In that specific scenario, cool. That's what balance should be. You know, an easy one, a skill-based one, and a utility one. And even back in the day, they were like, something that changes up your rotation should be better. Flat DPS increase, not good. So Blizzard, domination shards, what the fuck? Like, passive is boring. Nobody enjoys passive. There should be the best way to play your class should not be with all the passive stuff. More buttons, more skills, more damage should be how it works. And it sounds so simple, but Blizzard have rarely got it right, ever. Like, literally ever. 9 times out of 10 currently, the passive ability that just automatically happens is also the one that provides the best overall damage. Which is dumb, by the way, just saying. Easy for beginners, dumb for pros. Anyway, let's continue. Prime glyphs were all about power, like earning talent points. Unlocking a new prime glyph slot represented a raw increase in healing, survivability, resource management, or DPS. Characters now had a total of 9 slots, 1 for each type of glyph. Some of you guys may remember this. As Ghostcaller intended, prime glyphs were not subtle. Glyph of Steady Shot, 10% damage. Flat raw damage. Glyph of Earth Shield, 20% more healing. Glyph of Seal of Truth, 10%, 10 expertise with the seal active. Glyph of Mage Armor, 20% more mana. You simply could not function anywhere near your optimal capacity without the proper prime glyphs for your spec. They were mandatory at endgame as equipping an item in every slot on your character pane. And their introduction just happens to coincide with another major change for Inscription that produced the perfect seller's market WoW has ever seen. Now, I would argue that Legendaries have overtaken Glyphmas, because although Glyphmas was ridiculous, Legendaries, way more ridiculous. Way more ridiculous. Because Legendaries were not only mandatory, they were also stupid expensive and just crazily overpowered. Legion was pretty crazy with Obliterum too. I'd have to agree. At least with Obliterum there was a bit of, like, you know, like prospecting, there was a bit of mystery around it. Around what was actually, you know, how it all worked. Glyphs had always been a very tough market to enter. There are so many different glyphs made with so many different inks, milled from so many different herbs, that the profession basically required add-ons if you wanted to turn a profit from it. Not really, you just had to know maths. If you could do maths, you were fine. This was especially true during Wrath of the Lich King when glyphs were consumable. Oh yeah, oh boy. Back then, if you overwrote a glyph, that glyph was gone forever. It no longer existed for your character. The only way to get it back was to obtain a new glyph and use the item just like you would a potion. As soon as you clicked the glyph panel, the item disappeared from your inventory and activated the glyph. If you wanted to swap back and forth, you needed to keep stacks of those glyphs in your items. This system ensured that every player would need more glyphs, just like every player always needed more enchants or more gems. The profession would never be quote-unquote dead. Scribes enjoyed it because it meant that they sold a lot of glyphs, because they were consumable. Glyphs only required 1 ink to make, and you could produce a large inventory and sell a large inventory, and if you were savvy and patient enough to keep things organised. I remember I had entire characters and entire guilds just dedicated to stocking my glyphs. Glyphs were incredible back in the day. Like, genuinely, I think I had at one point 4 different characters to split everything up. Makes sense if you get a tattoo, then get it removed. You don't take the tattoo home with you. If you want it again, you have to get it redone. But it was kind of like, you know, if you were to swap a piece of gear out, the gear would just get deleted when you swap it out. That was the level of crazy that it was. Like an enchant was just like a bonus to a piece of gear, right? And people kept bonuses. Potions were bonuses. These weren't bonuses. These were categorically mandatory things to have. And so people would keep a stack of glyphs if they were doing anything even remotely competitive. Stacks of different glyphs to swap between them all the time at a ridiculous cost as well. For Cataclysm, Blizzard announced that glyphs would become permanent. Glyphs could be then learned, and your character would always have access to them. A single stack of consumable items would be required to switch glyphs, instead of carrying around stacks of every single individual glyph you might need. Many scribes raged on the forums that Blizzard was killing Inscription. Once players had their glyphs, they believed that glyphs wouldn't sell again. Some panicked, there was hysteria, and the glyph market would completely collapse. Scribes sold off entire inventories, causing rock-bottom prices, not to mention a period of self-fulfilling prophecy. It looked like glyphs might be all but worthless after Cataclysm's launch. The smart ones, though, waited. They bought up huge volumes of other people's glyphs for peanuts. They farmed and bought up herbs at every level. They made every glyph they could and saved the inks for the new glyphs that the pre-Cataclysm pre-patch would introduce. Never had a scribe character prior to the announcement that glyphs would go permanent. It seemed like such a hassle. You made a few gold per transaction, but it took hundreds of transactions to make any substantial money. Aside from the grinding out of the cash for the epic ground and flying speed, never made a concerted effort to make gold in WoW. I struggled to pay things and blah blah blah. This was wow. This was a site that you saw so frequently. What was the add-on? People will remember the add-on. Was it Quick Auctions 3 that you used to use for glyphs? I think it was Quick Auctions 3. Allowed you to like almost instantly post like loads of glyphs. This was before the Trade School Master days, by the way. Let's get that out of the way. Hang on, let's bring you back into play. My memory ain't that good. Yeah, neither's mine, that's why I was asking. But yeah, so kitted out an alt that no longer played with. There was nothing but the pack of endless pockets. I made so much gold off these bags as well. What were they, like 34 slot, but 32 slot scribe bags or something? These were massive. I still have bank characters with slots full of on glyph bags. Yeah, me too. Leveled up Inscription to max, didn't sell a single glyph. Filled my endless pockets with every glyph I could learn, stacks and stacks of them, then waited for the Glyphmas miracle. How the scribes stole Glyphmas. Glyphmas began on October the 12th, 2010 when 4.0.1 went live. The patch did not include Cataclysm's brand new Old World. We had to wait 5 more weeks for that to arrive. In the meantime, players were still running ICC and relearning their specs after all the class changes. And anybody who wanted to raid, quest or PvP post-patch was buying the new permanent glyphs, because they had to. The glyphs were too important. Yep. I forgot Quick Auctions 3. Yeah, man. Old school. Glyphmas might never have happened if more players had looked ahead. The right time to buy all of your class glyphs was at the end of Wrath, when glyphs took only 1 ink to make rather than 3, and when glyph prices bottomed out. I'm sure many players saved their glyphs and learnt them soon as the patch went live, but many did not. Yeah, you were not just selling at that time. You were not just selling one glyph to people. You were selling like 10 glyphs to people so that they could learn everything on that character. And on top of that, the actual price to make them like tripled. It was crazy. If Blizzard hadn't taken their usual years between expansions, more people might have been playing the game then. More people will have been following information about the game and wouldn't have known about the glyph changes. But many people checked out WoW for a long time in 2010 as the content gap yawned even wider. When these players came back, they discovered that they needed glyphs. Glyphmas might also have never happened if more players had hoarded glyphs. The market could have been flooded far in excess of demand. Perhaps it did on only a few realms, but on my realm and on most, demand obliterated supply. With ours, the supply of all the herbs ran out. The only people who could sell glyphs at that point were the players who had anticipated this turn of events, or people with access to a character with herbalism. How much does this sound like? Does this not sound exactly like what happens every patch, even to this same day? Right, those that plan ahead, those that stockpile materials, are usually the ones that are in a much better position when crazy things happen. I feared I'd overstocked on herbs or glyphs, but was out of stock by 4 PM on the day that it hit. Was totally crazy. Can't believe that was 11 years ago. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. To list my glyphs on the auction house, I used an add-on called Zero Auctions. You could set it up to list X amount of every glyph selling for at least X amount and undercut by X amount. My glyphs sold within minutes. Now, weirdly, I don't remember this one. I don't remember Zero Auctions. I think that was the baby brother to Quick Auctions, you know. I think smart people were using Quick Auctions. Sellers soon caught on that overcutting was actually better. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. If only people would learn that now. Oh my days. When demand outstrips supply, you do not need to undercut. At least we now have it made so that, you know, Blizzard will... the way the auction house works now is that it will automatically post at the same price with zero undercut, but even still. Overcutting. I bet half of you have never even considered overcutting. But it was a thing. Some glyphs sold so fast and were so mandatory that supply ran out so quickly that the price was often irrelevant. Within hours, glyph prices jumped from a handful of gold apiece to hundreds of gold apiece. Plugged in prices I thought were increasingly insane, but players still paid them. I watched over and over as my entire auction list turned into solid notices that were the delicious countdown to the cash, often within minutes of listing them. I couldn't keep the glyphs in stock, even the most pointless. Players wanted to fill their entire class list of glyphs. In the Cataclysm beta, learning all of your glyphs awarded an achievement. Blizzard scrapped it because they didn't want players to feel compelled to buy every glyph, so players did it anyway. Yeah, can you imagine if they left the achievement in? Oh my days. Supplies dwindled, my endless pocket packs grew empty. I bought up every single herb I saw listed, often for ridiculous prices. No matter how ridiculous the prices of herbs became, the price of glyphs was still more ridiculous. Even people selling vendor items back in the day. Before players realised that you could buy vanishing powder from vendors, even was selling that for crazy price as well. Demand slowly began to taper off, then patch 4.0.3 hit in November with all of the revamped zones and brought even more players back who needed glyphs again. Prices jumped again, and then the expansion itself went live in early December and brought another round of players to the auction house for their permanent glyphs. Prior to Glyphmas, the most gold I had ever had at one time was about 12,000. After Glyphmas, I was closing in on 150,000. That was on a horde side auction house on a low to medium population with mostly alliance players. So totally the wrong side of everything. Prior to Warlords, players could only sell on their own faction and at their own faction city auction houses. This is true. The auction house wasn't always cross-faction. I'm sure other players who took full advantage of Glyphmas on high population realms made millions. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I still sell enchanting vellums. It's because people still buy them. Yeah. Yep. Those vendor materials are still good things to sell. I mean, I'd never have to worry about gold again. Well, not so much. Not so much. 150,000 gold probably doesn't even buy you your rank 6 legendary now. I can't buy every cosmetic item I want, even today, since I haven't been very aggressive in gold making since. The repair yak, for example, is still too rich for me. The repair yak, what's that, 105 gold? Is the yak 100? It's like 120, I think, by basic, isn't it? Is it 120k for the yak, and then you get your faction discount on top? Can't quite remember. The gold cap back then was 214,000 gold. Some 32-bit integer number or something. 120k, 125. Yeah, I thought the yak was about that. Yeah, it was basically half a gold cap. In fact, they was it Cataclysm? They upped the gold cap to 1 million. Was Wrath the last expansion with the 214k? I can't remember exactly. It's when the client went from 32-bit to 64-bit. Cata was 1 million. Yeah, there we go. That's what I thought. But I can prep for raiding with everything I need. I can make occasional big moves on the auction house that I never could have before to keep my supply intact for the future. Like buying an ethereal soul trader that's listed low and reselling it for a few thousand gold more. This thing is a trading card game pet, which is one of the like 300k pets, I think. The ethereal soul trader. It might even be more, I don't know. I've not kept my eyes on it. There's never quite been anything like this event in WoW's economy before or since. All expansions and sometimes individual patches bring with them their own small version of Glyphmas when new glyphs were added to the game, but they are all pale shadows compared to the original. Despite some scribes' sky is falling attitude after the initial announcement of permanent glyphs, inscription is still a highly profitable profession if you can stomach it. Every alt needs new glyphs, every player is trying a different spec for the first time and needs glyphs. Few players want the hassle of managing glyph inventories or competing for so many different auctions. Even with add-ons, it's not simple. For a dedicated glyph seller, inscription is still a gold mine. Gotta remember, boys and girls, this article was wrote in 2014. This is a very old article. Inscription has evolved in each expansion. Blizzard did away with prime glyphs in MOP. Ghostcaller explained that Blizzard didn't like how primes felt. They were just a hoop to jump through, something you might choose once for your character and never interact with again. Shame to see that their mindset hasn't changed. Some key glyphs are now learned automatically as characters level, just baked it all into talents. The profitable shoulder inscriptions went away too in Warlords. On the other hand, they came back in Legion though. On the other hand, Blizzard has expanded the set of craftable inscription items to staves, wands, offhands, even relics at one point. But I'm sure Blizzard isn't done tinkering with inscription yet. But it's hard to imagine any overhaul creating a Glyphmas level opportunity again. Well. I think we had one. I think Legendaries in 9.0 was Legendaries in 9.0 was basically the same. Nice little history lesson. I agree. Very nice little history lesson. It's also very interesting to see how, regardless of what, I mean, a few times in this article it quoted, where was it? It quoted Ghostcaller back here somewhere. Yeah, it quoted Ghostcaller a couple of times. And for those that may not know, Ghostcaller was one of the leading developers, I think. Somebody will... Ghostcaller, at least, was the most prominent social media figure that Blizzard had for a long time. It now works for Riot, I believe. Somebody, once again, will correct me if I'm wrong. Ghostcaller was basically Ian of the past. And even then, they didn't like the way that, you just pick something. There was no interactivity with it. But a couple of times in here, you can see that... Where was it? As Ghostcaller intended, prime glyphs were not subtle. Glyph of steady shot, just flat damage, flat stats. It's always it's not a recent thing as well. For 15 years, Blizzard always fall back on just flat stats when it comes to balancing. Former lead systems designer for World of Warcraft. There we go. There we go. So even then, their default go-to when it came to implementing new things was just flat stats. Have some flat stats. Do more of the thing you're already doing. And occasionally they'd add in a little bit of flavour on top. This is why so many people, I think, were disappointed to see the death of tier sets and are really interested to see tier sets come back. Because most systems in the game, whether it be glyphs or conduits or whatever the case may be, fall back on this mentality. They fall back on, right, the only way we can balance this is if it's just flat numbers, and we can tweak the number up and we can tweak the number down. If it does anything interesting, it's 10 times harder to balance. So the core systems are based on this philosophy of just, here's a thing that you need to get and it does more damage. But your tier set, for example, was what would be subtle enough to change the way your class played without dramatically affecting the balancing. But now that they don't exist, it's just all, this dull boringness. And even then, there's so many systems layered on top of each other now. Instead of just glyphs being responsible for how a class played and felt, we now have the covenant that you choose, the covenant ability that you then have, the conduits that you then have equipped, the soul binds that you then choose to use with them as well, the domination sockets that you have on your gear, the legendary that you choose to pick. There's just too many systems, right? Way too many systems. So even with just flat stats, they can't all be balanced. There's no way to balance them all perfectly. Which has also meant that anything flavourful is just being stripped from the game. Like my rotation, I know I play BM Hunter and you'll meme on me for playing BM Hunter, but a BM Hunter's rotation has hardly changed in years at this point. Every time a new patch comes out, we get new gear and we just hit a little bit harder. Corruption was a bit of an anomaly. But outside of that, nothing really's changed. It's also so complex to calculate that it drives people into fan sites even more. 99% can't be bothered to work out what optimal options are themselves. Yeah, if you're layering 5 systems on top of each other and you need to work out which thing you're meant to have in each one of those 5 systems, people just can't be bothered. It's way easier to go to Icy Veins, to go to Wowhead, and just read up a guide where it tells you that, this system you should have this, and in this system you should have this, and in this system you should have this. People just do it. It's why meta slaving is way more of a thing than it probably ever was or should be. Bit sad, but it's the way it is. It's the way it is. But anyway, there, boys and girls, there was our little history lesson for the day. I hope you guys enjoyed the little history lesson. I'm going to call the stream there for today, though. We've been going for a little bit longer than I planned, but I think reading that article was worthwhile and enjoyable. Based on what I spoke about a little bit earlier today, the stream schedule is going to be a little bit different, at least for the next couple of weeks. I'm testing out a new, way of structuring my week. We'll be back on Wednesday we're going to be streaming now Monday, Wednesday and Friday. It gives me a little bit more opportunity to focus on some YouTube content during the week as well, rather than just feeling like I should bang out a quick video. I didn't like that, so we're going to drop the streaming time a little bit. Ironically, it may end up being that we just stream for a little bit longer on Monday, Wednesday, Friday to make up for it, but we'll see how it plays out. So then, boys and girls, I hope you enjoyed today. If you're new around here, please consider following. You could even throw a sub if you're feeling so inclined. But make sure you check out the YouTube channel, youtube.com/Manthius. And jump in the Discord. All the links are down below if you're interested in chatting with a bunch of like-minded gold makers out there and want to keep on board with the latest and greatest gold making hints and tips. So I'm done for the day. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Happy gold making, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.